Good evening, everybody. Another Wednesday live stream, and we do have 3 more systems to work on, so I hope everyone's doing great tonight. I did put up a vote, so you go ahead and start voting there. Looks like a lot of people want to vote for that, the first one, which is the BIOS chip is missing. I guess the customer said that they had an issue with their BIOS, or I think it was a BIOS issue, and so they reflashed the BIOS and couldn't get it working. Then they, hey Daryl, thank you for that. Thanks for the donation. Reflashed the BIOS, couldn't get it working. Then they bought a programmed BIOS, put it on there, couldn't get it working. Tried another. They went through a whole bunch of stuff. So they sent the laptop in with a couple BIOS chips just kind of loose in a bag, not even attached to the motherboard. So we're going to have to figure out on that one. Now the other 2 are going to be. We got one that doesn't charge the battery. We tried different batteries on it already, or my other tech did, and his notes saying that it's just not putting any charge current into the battery, so I don't know what's going on with that. And the last one is the touchpad's not working. And this my other tech, he said he's tried new touchpad, he's tried everything, so most likely that's going to be something that's going to be, it could be the connector, I doubt it. I think it's more going to be like an EC chip issue. So anyway, something a little more complicated, but something different than normal. That's why I was trying to find stuff that are like a little bit, out of the ordinary. So, so I hope everyone had a good week. We had a good Sunday live stream last week, and messed around with quite a few different machines. So, and I did watch the football game last Sunday, and I actually won some money, which is funny because I don't know anything about the sports, and so I won $100. I put $20 on one of these little square things or whatever, and I guess the score lined up with whatever I was betting on, and boom. So, so anyway, hello from the Netherlands. Hello, woohoo, Serbia. We got people from around the world. 244 people are already here on YouTube, and we've got 15 people on Twitch, it looks like. And so go ahead and get your votes in because we have about 7 minutes left on our voting. And but let's see. Got a 7550 that randomly shuts off and reboots. Any ideas? Well, Logan, you're not in luck. Those are very hard to diagnose, and I don't know. It's power issues. Does it do it off a battery? That's one thing. Hey, we got a new subscriber. Thank you very much for 4 months, a resubber. Yeah, so I don't know. I just dealt with one today just now that I was changing out MOSFETs on the CPU, changing out the controller, PWM controller on it, still reboots. I don't know. And so with those types of situations, I usually just, you change out as much as you can, but then you can't move on anymore. So I hope your cigar and bourbon got back to normal. I haven't had a cigar yet. I haven't, but my bourbon has been very delicious. I skipped it last night, but I will definitely have some tonight. Is the audio being weird, popping in and out, or is it just your phone? Yeah, let me know if the audio is being weird, because I'll have to fix that. New laptop is fantastic, Nate. So Montgomery got himself one of these $5,000 laptops, so that's pretty cool. Let's see. Need a second vote if you have a problem with Wi-Fi card. Yeah, we need to add that in there. It's the Wi-Fi card. I still have not sat down and made any more shirts. I am so sorry because we have all this different... we come up with shirt ideas every single week, and so right now I'm just wearing my Concur shirt, and I still have a couple different ideas, and but hello from Melbourne, Australia. It's 11 a.m. on Thursday. It's in the future over there. Spam the like buttons. If you're going to spam something, spam that like button to try to get as many people on the stream tonight as possible, because we are going to get to shenanigans like we do every single week. And to start out, we actually have a pretty funny thing that I received. I received a package. And I've received a package from this person. I've received packages before. And Daryl in the chat, he sent me stuff in the past. Well, he sent me this big box here. So let me pull it up here on the desk. All right, Daryl. Daryl's... Okay, Daryl, here we go. So what do we have in the box? So the first thing I saw was this 3D alien head lamp, which is similar to the one I have right behind me, except it's a different profile. So that is awesome, and I will add it to my collection up there. We're going to set that up in a second. But let me move all this stuff out of the way. Daryl sent me 138 toothbrushes or something like that. I don't know. I was trying to count how many toothbrushes he sent me, but he sent me a lifetime supply of toothbrushes for cleaning, of course. And thank you so much, Daryl. I will use every single one of these. Hold on, let me get all these toothbrushes out of the way. We got some other stuff down here. We got some microfiber cloth, which is very good for cleaning the laptops and all that stuff, which I just use paper towels, so this would be definitely come in handy. And then we got a huge supply of those Q-tips that I like. These are those fancy Q-tips that have the point on one side and then the rounded on the other side, and they're like a wood dowel. So I have a couple more thousand of these. Perfect. And what is this last thing? I don't even know what this is. It's heavy. What is it? I haven't even opened this. You're going to figure it out with me. Ah! And we got more magnetic bowls for my screws. So I'm going to have to put my logos in here, and then I have a unlimited supply of those while I'm working on it. Daryl, you are the best. Thank you so much. Hopefully I found everything that was in here. I will never, ever have to look for a toothbrush again. Ever. So that's a lot of toothbrushes. My dentist would be proud. No way. Dental hygiene is important, of course. I prefer the bamboo 20,000 bristle for cleaning. Now, that's the way you clean up all that LLM. I want to buy one, Nate. So I'm going to autograph toothbrushes and start sending them out with my laptops. That's what we'll do. Everyone gets a toothbrush when you get a repair. That's what we should do, right? Merry Christmas. Happy Festivus. My next toothbrush will cost more than $20. Anyway, I thought y'all were going to kick out of that. I enjoyed that. I think it's perfect. It's perfect. We have about 3 minutes left of our voting, so go ahead and vote on those 3 different laptops. Looks like the BIOS one is winning at that particular moment. So now we need disposable syringes and pipe. Yeah, that's right. Bourbon, cigars, and sugar, and SI and LLM. No, we don't like LLM at all, do we? Next time, get the bamboo toothbrushes. Hey, Dennis, thank you for that $1.99. Thanks for the donation, buddy. So, anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. And so, that's awesome, Daryl. You get one, you get one, you get one, you get one. Everyone gets a toothbrush. Like I said, yeah, that'd be fun to maybe autograph them and send them back or do something fun with that. I won't have to share my sister's toothbrush anymore. It was in the middle of the CPU video, almost missed the starting of the stream. Why? Yeah, you don't want to miss it. You're watching the CPU replacement video. I can tell you it ends badly, so you can just skip it. No. So did you guys watch the BGA machine video today I put out? You know, it is what it is. You spend time, you know, it takes a long time to do things and things don't happen, and that's just the way it is. So you guys gotta move on. So he wants a toothbrush. Who wants a toothbrush? Everyone wants a toothbrush. How does your adventures go with crimping the antenna ends go? Well, I haven't gotten any of my antenna ends yet, so no adventures yet. No adventures. I'm still waiting on everything. Every time I order stuff, it's like, is it going to show up? I don't know why China doesn't know where my house is. China should know exactly where my house is. I even get it delivered to my house instead of my business because my business isn't open on the weekends and it doesn't deliver on the weekends, but my house you can deliver anytime you want. And they always have these weird couriers just showing up to your house delivering stuff. So you watched it today. Maybe all the screw bends will have my face. Yeah, I'll put my face on these instead. I saved another laptop. I just have it right there on there. Didn't you flash the ME or EC on that laptop where I changed the CPU? It was the exact same CPU. I didn't, but I don't need to. It's the exact same CPU. It's not even, because it's just like changing out the CPU, you know, just replacing it. The CPU partially worked in the exchange. That's what I took out of it. Thank you. That's what I took out of it. It was like trying to turn on. It was trying. So, well, I'll maybe do another one or not. I don't know. I mean, I have the machine set up now so I can actually change them out more often. It's just, I mean, the reballing, I don't reballing those, especially with that jig, actually, that magnetic jig, is a pain because, well, especially for the 7th gen, because it has like a hollow area in the middle. Let's see. Because it has like one of these hollow areas here, or not hollow, whatever, it's solid. So then this heats up differently than the rest. But like if you use like here's a one for a Ryzen chip, you see how it's just has holes all the way through? So this isn't gonna warp as much as this one will. This style will warps a lot. And so these 9th, 10th, 11th gen, all of those warp. And then these are for like the, like a 3070 or something. Yeah, see, like these won't warp. These won't warp. It's just this style right here that warps. But anyway, but I did buy a bunch of ball style, so it's not going to be using paste. And so my plan is to try that because I think that that might be a little bit easier. Why you call it toothbrush if a toothbrush has more than that tooth, one tooth. Okay, we're going to get started here. Let me get these things out of my way. I know you guys are saying all sorts of stuff still, but I'm going to try to do the best I can to keep up with it. So it looks like the M15R6, which is the BIOS one, was the one that won. So we could see that we have BIOS, and then what's the next one? 5520 doesn't charge battery. Okay, no one cares about the touchpad one. You know we're going to have to change an EC chip on that one to fix that. Whenever you have a touchpad not working, it's the EC chip. And you guys didn't know that. So you have to kind of think outside the box. It's not simple like, oh, you should just change the touchpad cable out or something like that, or it's a bent pin or something. It's complicated whenever you have a bad communication between it. I'd put a clean ME on the motherboard just in case. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and try that. I still have the board here, so yeah, I'll try that just to see. I might as well do all that. Oh, you know what? I think I did. Hold on. Let me think about it. Because this was a couple weeks ago. I think I did put a new BIOS on it for sure, but I didn't put a clean ME. But the ME, yes, I put a new BIOS because it was a clean ME. So I did a BIOS. I was thinking EC. I didn't change the EC out, but that doesn't matter on that one. So, oh man, yeah. Anyway, it's nerve-wracking, and one of these days I'll get one that works perfectly and it's going to work. So, all right, so we're going to put this 5520 away. You guys want this one, right? So this one actually has a book written with it, like a huge book of words. You know how much I love words, right? So there's no personal information in this, is there? Before I look at this here. All right, look at this book of words. There's just so many words. So many words. So I don't know if you want to read it or not, but it was a long story. So you're welcome to read it while I'm grabbing this thing, but this is like, oh man. So 15R6 not running. So I just kind of scan over this stuff. So he did the control escape trying to get in there. He wrote a BIOS, he read a BIOS, he bought a BIOS that was programmed. He did a lot of BIOS stuff, tons of it. And I think he actually might be in chat. If you're in chat, and I don't know how to say his name, Dimotro? Maybe that's his handle. He might reach out. But we will get going on this thing. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M15R6. Now, this customer has been having some BIOS issues with it, so he actually said that he had a failed BIOS update, and then he rewrote his BIOS, and that didn't work, so then he bought a BIOS that was pre-programmed. He soldered that on. That did not work. He bought a new programmer. That did not work, and so now he sent it in to me. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Woo! So many words. That was a lot of words. And I feel like I almost botched it because my brain's having to kind of freestyle it right out of it. But yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, thanks. I nailed it. Nailed it. So here's a couple BIOS chips here. I mean, I don't know what we should start with, because even like pushing the power button right now, it's not going to do anything, right? First thing we're going to do is see if it turns on, right? That's what we always do. We'll press the button. It's not doing anything. I mean, I don't know. We'll plug in the power. Let's just do it. It's not going to hurt anything. So keep an eye on the power meter, if I can find it. There you go. You get a power meter. Plug it in. We got, oh, well, there's your problem. There's your problem right there. It's not a BIOS issue. It's 0.11 is being pulled. Well, that changes everything. So this is no longer a BIOS issue. It definitely has a missing BIOS chip, so the title is still correct, but the customer's diagnosis is incorrect. That's what it would be. That's why these power meters are so useful. So by me plugging this in, and it's seeing it automatically jump up to 0.11 or 2.2 watts, but 0.11 amps, 111 or 110 milliamps being pulled constantly is not correct. So we have a short on the board somewhere that's just pulling that. I'm going to unplug it, and we'll see the delay though. Let's just see the delay. So there was a little bit of a delay, so there's a possibility that it's like maybe trying to charge the battery and the battery's depleted, but the battery pre-charge current should be in the 20, like 220 milliamps, so like 0.2. But I think that there's probably a short on the board somewhere. So someone punched the keyboard? What? Let's check for keyboard punches. Oh my gosh. Do we have another puncher right there? So if you haven't joined in on these live streams, we keep finding laptops that people are mad at, and they punch them. And maybe there's a little bit of a divot here. It's not too bad. But right there is where they're like, they take the ball of their fist and just make it happen. I mean, and then that ends up messing up things. I don't think that's the cause of this issue here, but let's get the bottom taken off. And I'm using my power drill here. It's like I'm taking a car tire off or something, right? Power meters are important. Some chips are already hot at 111 milliamps or 110 milliamps. Yep. So we will be able to see it pretty much instantaneously, because that's plenty to produce heat under a thermal camera. And so we'll probably see a whole area of the board hot. And there's pretty much no way, unless the battery is taking that, there's no way that we're not going to see it. And the bottom is off. And we have a lot of stuff unplugged, which even makes it even crazier, because the battery's unplugged, the daughter board's unplugged, we have a wireless card, the power button's unplugged, this rear cover's unplugged. So what do we think is taking that current? Should we go thermal? Should we go straight to thermal? Or should we guess? Should we guess if it's on this side? If you guess it's over here, or if you guess it's over here, man, or if you guess it's over here, put 1, 2, or 3 into the chat, all right? 1 over here, 2 over here, 3 over here. I don't know. We're spicing it up. And then we're going to go thermal. Okay. This is the most likely, but it could be over here, or it could be, okay, whatever. I'm being stupid. Okay, let me fix my thermal camera. I keep having issues with charging the thermal camera while I'm using it, and it does this crazy noise. Hi, parts people. Oh, sometimes this thing moves too fast here. I love the work that you do, and I think you deserve the world. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day. Well, thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate it. Queenie? All right, so what do we have here? What do we have here? So everyone got their votes in on 1, 2, and 3. Oh, someone said 1, 2, and 3. All right, we got a crazy reflection. So let me go an angle here instead. All right. So we're not really making out. Oh, we don't have it plugged in yet. Oh, God. I've been here for too long today. Okay, I'm about to plug it in. You ready? And this reflection right here is because it's metal. Let me take this cover off. Let me reverse this. I'm going to take this back off so that way you could really see what's happening, and then we'll get rid of that reflection. I think I'm being extra goofy tonight, and I apologize ahead of time. If you want me to dial down goofiness, just let me know. Plug it in, plug it in. It's the song, it's the jingle. It sold a lot of those plugins. Gen 4 toothbrushes. Yeah, I need to hook them all together to some sort of vibrating apparatus to make it where it's some super toothbrush. All right, battery's unplugged. Remember, I flick this before I unplug the screen. You gotta flick it, you gotta play with it. Just wanted to make sure that you read this super chat. Well, I read it, it's been read, thank you so much. BZ. Busy. Okay, so we're ready. We are ready for our thermal nuclear. All right, everyone has it. 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. Going nuclear. 3, 2, 1. It's plugged in. All right, I see it, but I'm not going to tell you yet. I'm just moving around so we can look everywhere else. Do we see it? It's in number 2. It's in quadrant number 2. Right? Yar. So it's in the middle of the board, and I'll put my finger on it and we'll switch cameras. Here we go. It's right here. So whoever guessed number 2 is the wiener. But you had the highest percentage of chance because that's where the meat of all this stuff is. So right here is where it's getting hot. Now, did you see it as like a pinpoint, like bright light, or did you see it as a diffused kind of thing? So if it's pinpoint, then we know it's on this side. If we see it diffused, other side. I think I know what this is, actually. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Nope. On this machine, I've had a common issue that's burned out on it, but this one's not having that. Doesn't look like it. There's a couple screws in here. The CPU, so CPU's right here, GPU's right here, the heat's right here, screen's right there, alien head's right there, HDMI's right here, USB A and C. All right, that's all I'm telling you. That's all the information you get. And we will figure this out together. Das Fuse. Well, I wish it was a fuse. You know, I worked on a motherboard earlier today, and the backlight was out on the screen. And I had never seen a Dell motherboard with so many fuses. So they had a separate cable for the camera, separate cable for the touchscreen, and a separate cable for the LCD screen. So the camera cable had 3 fuses, and I guess it was like, you know, high voltage, like a 12 or 19 volt, then a 5 volt and a 3.3. Then it had 3 fuses for the LCD screen, and then it had 1 fuse for the touchscreen. That's a lot of fuses. Because, I mean, this board right here, you'll be lucky to have 1 fuse on the whole board. Or maybe I just never have to change the fuses, so maybe there's more of them, but they just never blow. Your logo's sitting sideways. Do you want me to fix this? There we go. Just a happy little logo. Okay, and the motherboard is out. So we are diagnosing the problem. So here's the BIOS chip right here. This is the chip he took off, so he had this board out. Now if we look where it was, the heat was right around this area, diffuse. So it's going to be right around this area on this back side. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Uh-oh. It is that probably chip. Do you know what that chip is? I think it's the display port. Possibly. Let me go down here. Santa Claus became a member again. NSA spy chip is the current draw, aka the Wi-Fi card. I can count on you, Santa Claus. So here's the chip I believe is getting hot. Now we won't know until we re-thermal it. Add thermal. Oh my gosh, focus thing. So it could be this chip. Now, what is that chip? I thought it was going to be for the display port. Well, let's figure out if it's the problem first before I start trying to identify chips, because it could even be one of these over here. It could even be a capacitor for all I know. There's the BIOS chip for the GPU. Is it the 48 volt type? This is not a 48 volt anything. No, it's going to be a 20 volt machine, because this is an older laptop running on 20. It has a 20 volt charger with like 12 amps coming out. Okay, DC jack. Let me get a jack. Let me get jacked, man. I got to jack in. Got to jack in, bro. It's a display port or choke, okay. The display port connector looks similar to that to me, but I never know what this jack looks like. I just kind of grab one that plugs in. Once I find one, I go with it. Remove the heatsink. Oh man, if I do that, that's a commitment. Is it a bug? Is it a bug? Is it the last one I grabbed? It is, okay. It's under the heatsink. It's under the visual inspection. Well, do you want to do the thermal camera again so we can go back down in there, or do you want to visual inspection it? There was a bug under the that cover. Was there? Was there? Oh, yeah. It's not like that other bug situation I dealt with, but yeah, sure enough. That's just one. Well, if there's one bug, there's going to be more, but that doesn't look like a German roach or anything like that, so I'm not super worried about it. How far do you want to go in on it, though? It's pretty good. You can almost make out its facial expression. It's like, it's just want to be another annoying super chat. But could you create a video to see if ChatGPT could save a laptop? Yes, I will, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it say, and you saved another laptop. All right, I'll take the heatsink off like you said, but I don't think we need it. I will. What? Yeah, I will do that. And then we need to plug in the thermal camera again. Although, here, I'm just going to plug in the thermal camera. I don't want to take the heatsink off. I don't want to. All right, I'm going to just plug it in now, plugging in the power. Oh, it is under the heatsink. Bruh. It's under the heatsink right here. Yeah. Whatever it is, it's not happy. And then you're supposed to say, told you. Chipsets are right here. So chipset will be here, so it's not chipset. And this, the GPU, CPU, or CPU, GPU is right here. So I don't know what this is in the middle. We will see, though. Maybe it's a pile of bugs. Damn it, Captain. No cap, no short. It would be nice if it's a cap, but I highly doubt it because, well, it's delayed, right? So we plug it in. The voltage rails come up, and then this one voltage rail has an issue, and so then it doesn't come on all the way. It may even be like a 3.3 that supplies to the BIOS chip or something if we're BIOS chip related. I don't know. MOSFET. We got an exclamation point for the MOSFET. Told ya. There you go. See? I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Okay, come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. Do it slowly, though. We don't want to rip this thing off of here. Here, let me turn this around. It's really stuck. Stuck right here. What are we doing? Coppery leaf bug. Oh, you figured it out? Used a picture identifier. All right. All right, we know what we have now. We have a coppery leaf bug. How do we harness the power you have? Well, just work on stuff every single day and try to absorb as much information as possible, because it's all about diagnosing. That's all it is. So this was sent in for a BIOS repair, and if we would have went straight to doing a BIOS repair, then we would have been going down the wrong hole. But we immediately plugged in the power, identified that it wasn't the BIOS, and that's how now we're going to this other rabbit hole. Okay, so the area that was getting hot then I think is right here, and it's going to be these dual MOSFETs, which is going to be similar to that system we worked on might have been last week or last Wednesday, where we had this other power rail that's right next to the CPU, and it ended up, it powered the GPU's 1.35 volt power rail that I just had to unhook that and it fixed everything. But I don't know if that's how this one's set up. But let me plug the power back in. See if it's warped. Scotty, we got warped in 3 minutes or we're all dead. Damn it, Captain. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, okay, all right. Well, so we can see we have a pinpoint of light, and then we also have this heating up, it looks like. So to me, it looks like we have this chip, and then going to that power rail. So we might have a short on the power rail. All right, so I'll show you what we're looking at, what the issue is. Still don't know the cause, but it's going to be this chip here, which is PUG1, and let me give you the board number so whoever wants to pull it up can follow with me here. It's an LAK452P. So this is the same as like I think it's a G Series 5511, and it's also the Alienware M15R6. But I believe, if my memory serves me right, this controls these two dual MOSFETs. Ooh, we got something else here. Uh-oh. And we do have evidence here. Whose is this? Should we send this to forensics? I believe it powers these or controls these two dual MOSFETs, and then that outputs here. So we could have one of these shorted. So let's check that. You know, I haven't found a really good way of testing dual MOSFETs for shorts. Is there a good trick one of you guys can tell me? Because I can never figure it out. It's like messes with my brain. Because are these... Okay, well that's shorted. Well, there you go. That's how you can figure it out. So I think this is already shorted. That one's not shorted. Well, that one's shorted. One of these is shorted. So we're going to have to figure out which one it is. And so let's do our bypass method. So that way we basically just blow on it and put back on it and warp. You are so funny. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bypass method. We're going to put the negative of our voltage injection tool here. We'll put the positive here, right there. And then one of these will heat up, and that will tell us which one's shorted, or we can just take them both off. More bug parts just piling up, though. It's a corpse party. So voltage injection tool, we will use our short killer. We're going to kill that short. Kill your bugs. All right, short was, we don't even know how low this short was. I don't think it is that low. It's going to be 0 because we're injecting through a MOSFET. So we just need to go basically down to nothing. So we're going to go down to 0.4 is my nothing that I like to use. So we're going to put our negative probe over here, but I'm going to have a hard time getting in there. So what I like to do is I just take my negative of my meter, and I'll just clip my negative of my voltage injection tool right there, and I can poke it right there. Inspect CSI. So I'm going to put it here, and then we're going to inject through here, and we're not getting anything. I expected it to start going crazy. Didn't you? Didn't everybody else? Okay. Disconnect the power. Thank you. Uh-oh. There's your sign. Yes. Now the power is disconnected. Save yourself $3. Deleting spaces from the last message. Spent $5 sending this one. Put your tinfoil hat on, NASA bugs, NSA bugs. Okay, so I don't know. Oh, you know, okay, I measured that MOSFET whenever it was plugged in, and measured it as a short. So of course it's not shorted. Okay, all right. Sorry. So if I plug in the power, let's measure voltage here instead. If you try to measure a MOSFET or something like that when it's plugged in, you're going to have something. This has 1.8 volts on it. So there's no issue. It has 1.8s. What does that mean? I'm not sure. Because if we have these things doing what it's supposed to do, this thing's creating the 1.8, we may just have... I don't know. Let me think. The power was plugged in. Okay, so what do we think? There's a hole in the lower MOSFET. I don't think there's a hole in the lower MOSFET. Both these MOSFETs look tip-top. Like that little mark here. Let me wipe that off, right? They look tip-top. All right, let's think about this. So if we have bug guts everywhere, it depends on what side it is. Let's put a BIOS chip back on. I want to see if it does something different real quick. But the fact that we have that 1.8 up, let's see if we have any other voltages. Do you think that it gets stuck in a loop? It gets stuck at 0.11 because the BIOS chip is missing? Does anyone think that? Lead Farmer, do you think that? I don't see that happening personally, but because usually it just sits there at nothing basically whenever it tries to turn on. But if we plug it in, where's our BIOS chip? I just want to measure the voltage where our BIOS goes. So here's our BIOS somewhere. So zoomed in. Right here. If we just check to see if we have voltage on there. Yeah, because it could be where it like turns on and then it wants to go back to resting and then start doing its thing. But then if it gets stuck up here in this one, you know, mode where it's trying to check things. I don't know. I'm just kind of making up stuff, but trying to think logically. So I have it plugged back in. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, 0.11. Which is weird. And then that chip's getting hot, like it's not supposed to get hot. And we have 3.4 on the BIOS chip. So which means we should have our 3 and 5 volt power rails, which that's not it. That's the memory. Hold on. 3 and 5s are over here. I'll catch up with chat in a second. I'm just going to try to measure these, get all our voltage rails. 5 volts, 20 volts, and 3.3. Where's my 3.3? It's over here. All right, so 3.3, 5 volt, 1.8 are all present. Means we have our main power rail here. All right, so we have everything. We have all of our voltages. We even have voltage going to the BIOS chip. So now, what are we thinking? It looks like there's a hole. Hold on, let me close this thing out here. On the left of E, yeah, I didn't see a hole on there for sure. Could be Does the EC need to be reflashed? So the EC chip is a. Wait, has this been messed with? It looks like, has this been changed? Or is that just flux from the BIOS chip? That might just be flux from the BIOS chip that's over here. But I believe this programs itself, so we don't have to worry about that, because this board does turn on automatically, so I don't think it's that, so we just need to put a BIOS on there to get the EC chip going. I would replace the BIOS chip and see if the things change. The bug's blood is conductive. That's a question mark though, right? Or are you telling me? Looks like a hole and then it doesn't move. Okay, so I'm just gonna verify this whole thing real quick just because we need to get that out of the way. So the hole next to the E, so this little thing is like this glue stuff that I always see on these chips. This right here. See, it's just kind of like a goo. I was trying to get it wiped off earlier. It gets on things all the time. So yeah, it's definitely not that. But we can do a physical inspection too, if we think that that's what we need to do. But I think maybe let's just put the BIOS chip back on. That way we at least have it the way it's supposed to be. And then if it's acting still weird, then we'll kind of figure that out, right? So let me just put that back on. And where are those BIOS chips? Should I put one of my BIOS chips on there, or should I put one of his? Should I find them? What did he do with them? What did I do with those BIOS chips? There they are. Let's see. Fix the hole. The hole is gone. I love it. And the hole is gone. Fix the hole. So the hole is fixed. Concur. Everyone's concurring. Program it first. Sure. Let's see. It's only a 256, so I could program it in circuit on the board, right? It should be a 256, I believe. Of course, I can't see the words. Yeah, I can see 256 barely on it. So, I mean, theoretically, I should be able to just program it on the board without me having to take it off. So, either way, we can program it first. I'll have to build a BIOS because I don't know if I have one. I didn't even check. I usually check first. I kind of want to just see what it does. It's not that big of a deal to take it back off, too. So, if we need to, if we're going to have an issue. Achoo. I just want to pick this thing up and I keep grabbing the wrong way. Right. I have no idea where pin 1 is on that. That's just a messed up stuff. Messed up. Make sure you have the proper BIOS before installing it. A proper good BIOS. So I'm gonna, here we'll show you both BIOSes. So one of these is going to be in the XMC version. There we go. Which is a 256RH, 256, or 256CX, which I don't know if that is exactly the one that usually goes on there. This one's normally the one. This is a 25R256JV. I see these on these. I mean, these XMCs are on here sometimes. They're pretty much the same thing. They're just, it's 256, it's 32 megs of flash. So I'm going to go with the WinBond that I usually use on all these. But usually they're just interchangeable. You can just take a WinBond and put an XMC on it. It doesn't matter. But I'm just trying to find pin 1. I believe that's pin 1 right there. But son of a gun. Bugs have high voltage breakdown? There may be a mess of bugs somewhere, for all I know. Okay. That SMC looks like it has the right split down the middle. Oh, interesting. Could be. See if I got pin 1 right. I really couldn't see. I was blind. But luckily I have toothbrushes to last me a lifetime. I can clean this, and scrub it, and clean it, and then throw this one away. Get another one. There's my pin 1, my pin 1. Yay! I did it, I did it. I should have unplugged it first though, right? No, I'm just kidding. I had it unplugged. Okay, let's see. See, when things start getting messy, I start getting annoyed. Let me get all this stuff out of my way. You know what I'm missing? I don't have any music on. It's like quiet all of a sudden. And it means that the only time sound is happening is when I'm talking all the time. And sometimes that gets hard to keep up with. Okay, put the spanners on it. You want me to put spanners on something? I do have some calipers, but what are we measuring? All right, so keep an eye right there. Get ready. We don't want 0.11. Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm stalling. So this board does boot up on its own. It does, the EC chip does turn the board on and then starts loading the BIOS firmware. So there is a chance that it will power on like that and then get to the BIOS port where it's like, or a part to start to go, okay, BIOS, give me your information, and the BIOS doesn't exist. Okay, so poll, you want a poll? That's just prolonging things. You can just do 1 or 2 in the chat if we want to do that. 1 in chat if you think it's going to work, 2 in chat if you think it won't work. Or if you think it's going to do something different, basically. You know, not what necessarily work, but so 1 in chat if you think it's going to work. And then 3 is you guys in your 3s. Oh. Okay. So everyone gets their face. So right now it's documented. I see the 1s and 2s. I see a 2.5. I see a 6, 7. Did you know the new thing now is 41? It's 41 like this. 41. I don't know. See, that's 6 or 7 to me. Okay. 3.14. 14, 15. I don't know how far I can go with that one. Okay, everyone got their votes in, right? 404. I don't see any 500s or 503s. 42. I don't see any 420s either. Okay, ready? So I'm going to do it on the thermal camera, actually. Going thermal. Going thermal now. All right, you ready? Do you want the board, view, and schematic for this board? I probably have it. I'm just prolonging pulling stuff up like that. I'm trying not to do that very much because I don't want to get in trouble in my streams. So, but I'll pull it up if we really, really need it. But I appreciate it, Premise. Thanks. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. 0.04, 0.11, 0.12. Chipset's on, which I don't think it was doing that before. We still have that same voltage here. But did we have the chipset on before? I don't think we did. What's this thing? What's that? Nothing. This is the... nothing. Is the chipset hot on the edge? It's kind of hot on the edge. Okay, so I think we're looking for a shorted power rail somewhere that we're not aware of. So I think that all these are coming up just fine, and I think that there's a shorted power rail that we can't find, or that we just don't see automatically. So I think the next thing to do would be to go around and search. Didn't we have a power rail last week that was like the fan or something like that? The fan power rail? It isn't 0.11, so technically you're right. That's right. I messed up when we got in trouble for giving info about info that ChatGPT and other AIs does all the time. Yeah, Mega. That ChatGPT, it's something else, man. I'm going to do poke around. We're going to see if we can just find a shorted area. That's what we're going to do. So let's just start with coils. We're going to poke every coil there is that we can find and see if we get a short, okay? We can start with that. You just resubbed, Gritty. Thank you. Got a resubber. This one, I don't know. I think that might be the chipset. This is the VRAM, I believe. That's 14. That's 14. Mark that down. I don't know if that's supposed to be 14, but that seems like a weird number. What does it go to? Premise, if you have it pulled up, you can tell me. I'm not opposed to that. So FL or FP, the inductor on F1, basically. This 14 seems kind of low, but anyway, we're going to keep going around. See if this WinBond chip has the power there. That's fine. And then all these are going to be higher. That's fine. Okay. And that's all the coils there are. We could take these daughter boards off also, or at least that one daughter board. So 2.5 was a much worse vote. 2.5 was, it's more like 1.5. Or 1.13 was the real vote. All right. So all these were working because we already had all these up and running. So I'm not concerned with those. Okay, so now we get to start doing the old poke and pray, trying to find a capacitor somewhere that's shorted. Hold on, let me get some fuel here. I got a green drink tonight. Let's see. This is called Essential Greens. It has cucumber, celery, all sorts of stuff in it. And I don't think it's sweet at all. Romaine, lettuce, spinach, parsley. Woo! It's going to be bitter. It's like drinking a salad with no dressing. But it's what gives me that ability to start poking those capacitors. All right, we're ready. Ooh, now I feel good. Feeling good. Okay, so commonly I've seen a short in this area on this board, so I'm going to start over here. This is next to the USB-A. So basically I'm just going to be poking on these capacitors and checking either side of them. We should have one side that beeps and one side that doesn't beep. And I generally will go to kind of the bigger ones first, and that saves us time. How are you doing bike rides? Yes, I did. I broke my Peloton record this morning on a bike ride. I did in 20 minutes. It was like 8 miles or something, but it was my personal best. So I'm doing Peloton rides. I haven't gotten out with my bike yet because the weather has been kind of finicky, and so some days it's like if it rains at all, then the trails are messed up. I mountain bike. I don't road bike, so this is gonna be all for the Tron lights and the alien head stuff. 90% when I drink this drink, the water closet for 2 hours. But well, I just got back from the doctor, and they're going to send me for the old pipe up the bum. So I'm going to have to do that stuff soon and spend some time in the water closet. So it's the old camera trick. I've never had it, and it's going to be exciting. It's all part of the adventure, right? In life. And if you see anything, just let me know. You might have to do a bell because I'm not looking up all the time. Oh yeah, you need some of Soren's toilet paper. That's exactly what I thought about, is all the toilet paper that Soren receives in his shipments. This is the most boring thing ever, but this is how you find weird shorts, I'm telling you. Has anyone else done this before, by the way? Have you ever went around the board and just measured every capacitor and then found a short? Because this is what ends up happening whenever I find weird ones, where it's just not on a regular power rail. We're gonna find it eventually. Gross. Voltage injection? Well, where can we inject it? Voltage injection only works if we have a short. And once we find the short, that's what we're trying to find right now. But nothing is shorted right now. This is our 14 ohms premise. Did we ever figure out what that is? You've done it too many times, unfortunately. Let's see. So I'm gonna have to try to investigate what the 14 ohms is. I mean, everything else is fine on that side, at least. And we're doing physical inspection while we're doing this anyway. Measuring 0201s are fun, which I haven't even hit any of those yet. I'm just kind of doing the bigger ones right now. So this is going to be back to CPU, I think. Yeah, it's going to be V-core. There's a fuse. There's a fuse. There's a poly fuse. This is so much fun. You guys are having fun. Everyone's having fun. I'm hoping the board is not a short. And I don't know what the issue is, because if they said it was a BIOS issue in the first place, We should flash the BIOS. You know? Because it could still be a bad load of the BIOS. Because if it did hit 0.11 and then whenever we put the BIOS chip on there, then it hit 0.11 and then tried to load some firmware and then only got the 0.12 or something, right? So we should still do firmware. I don't really know what I'm thinking. If it looks like a BIOS issue and sounds like a BIOS issue, here's a 40 ohmer. So I got 40 ohms here, but that's probably VRAM. $54. Appreciate. Flash it. Concur. Okay, I think we're gonna flash it. We're gonna flash it. We're gonna do it. I'm just almost around the board, so I might as well finish this since I get sidetracked so easily. Should I take the RAM out? Didn't even take the RAM out, bro. What are you thinking? Could be shorted RAM. It's not DDR5, is it? It's DDR4. If it was DDR5, I'm like, take that RAM out of there. That shit's always bad. Okay, so I made it all the way around because over here is all good. All this whole area is fine. So, okay, we're gonna flash it. All right, does everyone know how to flash the BIOS by now? Raise your hand. All right, so the gist is, I need a new chair, and my back hurts really bad from it. Okay, if it quacks like a BIOS issue, it is a BIOS issue. So the BIOS on these, we're gonna have to get a clean BIOS. I probably have a board that's a donor board, or I might have a BIOS already made, and I'll check, and that will be useful if I can just have a BIOS made, but if I don't, then we'll have to make one, and that's always a fun adventure. So here's my, let's see if I have, yeah. So here's my BIOS folder, and these are all the BIOSes that I've created or backed up for people over the years, and so those are all the ones I've fixed, and then I usually have a good one put in there, and so I'm just going to search for M15R6, oh, M15R6, and we do have two different candidates here, and I have, so this one is just says new BIOS. I don't have clean me in this title, so that means that it's not a clean BIOS, meaning it doesn't work on any machine. These two are going to be two different CPUs, but each one of them are going to be clean and ready to go. And I didn't put a note that it doesn't work or whatever, so that means that I've already made these. These are ready to go. So we can pick which one. I don't know which CPU architecture. I don't know. These are, Dell always provides different CPU architecture inside their BIOSes, and so this one has one of each, and so we're just going to guess. Unless somebody knows a trick to know which one. But I was just going to guess because I'm crazy. So let's go with eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with the top one. And so we do have a BIOS already. And so we'll just open our BIOS programming software. Let me detect the chip first. Let's see, do we have all my views up? So we're going to turn on those views. I'm going to get you all the side views. You're going to get every view there is. We have a side view for you, the front view, and then I just want to be able to see the chat at the same time, because you guys love to make me laugh whenever I'm trying to program these darn things, right? Okay, so I need to detect the chip. So I'm going to use one of my Pogo Pen readers, which is going to be one of these. This is a 6x8 Pogo Pen reader. I have the links, any of the stuff I'm using, any of it, all of it. It's all in the video description. If you want to ask, it's there. It's already just right below. Just go right down in there, click on the link, it's right there. So we're going to stick this on there, and then I'm just going to line it up onto the chip itself. And now we can take the chip off, we can put it into a programmer, and then you can't try to make me laugh. But if I'm using this thing, I cannot move or else it messes up. But what fun is that? Okay, so I'm holding it onto the chip itself. I need to detect it first. And it's going to be the R256JV. And we don't, yeah, we have it right there. So we're going to select that. I'm going to load the BIOS that we had found, which is... We're going to do the KP, just randomly. So, oh, actually, we always read first. I mean, I don't even know if there's point of reading his BIOS because it's all... I usually read it and back it up, but he has 2 of them. He's already flashed them. He's already done all sorts of... I don't know. Here, I'm going to read it just because it just feels weird not to do it. I'm going to back up his data. It's always a good practice anyway. Back up the customer's BIOS first, and then put it into a folder, and then you can just move on with life. Remember to program the bug. Was that loud for you? Because that hurt my ear just now. It was like piercing. Get ready, it's about to beep. There's a better way, sorry. This fails 99% of the time. Cue the knock-knock jokes. All right, I'm gonna move this over a little bit more. Okay, so now I'm gonna save this. And so we can see that there actually is something in, wait. There's stuff in there, but it's kind of blank. I don't know, so we're gonna save it. What's his repair number? 265. So I just name it his repair number, the model of laptop it is, and that way I can keep track of it. Thanks to you, I felt confident enough to open my son's laptop, unplug the battery, clean the fans, and repaste the chip. Keep up the, keep on keeping on. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you put the first note saying that you unplugged the battery. That's a very good thing. Did you play with the little plug there? That's what I always do to make sure everything's good. Well, Cool Breeze, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. All right, so we'll load that back in the buffer. So I have their BIOS backed up. Now we can move on. Beep, 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 beep. And cue the knock-knock jokes. So I cannot move while this is happening here. So don't make me laugh. Oh, beehive. This is the chip will put you back on. You put back on? Yes, it is. Only mods can actually just do the exclamation point bell. You have to do a super chat to do the bell message on the screen otherwise. After watching this, I no longer have any confidence at all. Were the fans dirty? I didn't notice the fans dirty. Still working. 5C cooler. That's awesome, Cool Breeze. Change the default flash. I always keep it at that. I've never changed anything on there. It works just fine. Sneeze, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully not. Dirty squirrel, that's a lot of words. I had coworkers shut off a laptop and plug it in during, and like it's all cut off so I can't even see the whole message. And it has a black screen, full fans, disconnect the battery. That black screen, full fans sounds like a BIOS issue personally. Who's there? Yeah, only mods can use the bell message, and then if you want to use the super chat, and then that does the bell message. Don't make me move or we have to start over. Slow-mo stream goes on now. Your wife's on line 1. Okay, hold on. That almost made me laugh. Try not to move. Check the area for extra data. Check the end area for extra data. I've never had that issue with that. It's crazy. Because I don't use the OTP version. I'm using just a regular regular version. It's only when I choose the OTP. There we go. Whew. Yeah, so LED, I know you keep saying that. So I always choose the... So like if I chose the OTP, it has that extra error at the end. Here, let me re-detect this here. There we go. So you see these? The OTPs have the extra area at the end, and I selected just the regular one here. And so it's not going to do that, for me at least. I don't know. Maybe yours is different than mine. I don't know. Because I literally do this every single day, and this is how I do it, and I never have any issues. So so hopefully this thing will just turn right on. Any bell option for Twitch? Twitch is, you know, I haven't figured out how to make, yeah, that's true. Is there any bell option for Twitch? No, I don't think so. Or yeah, if you, wait. Yeah, you do, Gritty, you do it, right? Where you do like the bits or whatever, and I think it comes up on the screen. I can't remember what I programmed on Twitch. I really can't. I need to get better at like adding all these different programming because there's so many different things to do, and every single week I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta add some more stuff. Oh, suicidal. Okay, so you ready? Let's see if this thing does anything different. You want your 1s and 2s in the chat? I don't know. You want to do that again? Get your 1s and 2s in there. 1 if it's gonna work, 2 if it's not. We're going down a rabbit hole. Sleepy Dev likes this. That's cool how you did that on there. I don't know. We got 1.3. Dave's going back to the 1.3, so that means he thinks it's going to go to 1.2, 1.3. 3 needs to be the EC, okay? And the EC chip on this one is programmed by the BIOS, I'm pretty sure, so it better work because I need to go to bed. I'd say 2.9. We're almost there. 420. So we do have a 420 in there, but with a 69 at the end. BIOS would fix the short how. So the thing is that we don't know if there's a short. We do know that there's heat on the board, and so that area that's actually heating up is the 1.8 volt rail, and it's actually up and running. So it could just be that it's turning on because it's not excessively hot. It's not saying it's like, you know, 60C or 80C or something like that. So we haven't found a short on this board. We just saw that it was pulling constant current. We assumed that there was something causing that short, and then we saw that heating up, so then we were thinking it was a short, if that makes sense. But what I'm starting to think now is that the board's trying to start up, it's trying to run a loop of code or trying to run the BIOS code. It doesn't exist, so therefore it just kind of like hangs and goes, ugh. So. Damn, you missed it. Just over an hour. Will you have a replay or playback? Yeah, so on Twitch and YouTube, I do have them, they VOD out. So on the replay on YouTube, I do add commercials, though. So I can get a little bit of income. Make up for this lost time down this rabbit hole. Oh, I just realized the title's wrong. It's actually an M15R6, not an M16R6. That'd be cool if it was a 16R6. Okay, here we go. Let's go thermal. Let's go thermal. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, going thermal. Yeah, so it's not a BIOS. It just can't be a BIOS because it should have done something different. And to me, I mean, look at that. Like right at the edge of that looks weird to me on the chipset. And you see that coil's at 39, which isn't like 40. I mean, that's not super hot. What does that coil go to? Let's just look it up. Let's look up what that coil go to. And I'm going to flip the board just in case we'll look around, see anything else. We have that diffuse heat there. That's the chipset. Yep, it's the chipset heat. It might have a bad chipset, guys. Should we do a BGA swap of the chipset? Because that might make sense if this is actually going to the chipset and then the chipset's hot. All right, let me pull up the board views. Trying not to do that, but we're gonna have to. Let's see if I can find it. 15R6. So this board's actually a little bit different. This is a 455 board. This isn't the same one, and I don't have a schematic for it actually. So so what was the part number again? K454? Let me search for that. K454. Oh yeah, I have that. Wait, 454 is Ryzen. This is not Ryzen. No, it's 452. 452. Yeah, I have that. Okay. I have it. Crisis averted. We're good. Okay. So let me get it positioned so I can see what I'm doing here, and then I can enlarge it for you. All right, so we do have the board view pulled up, and so our board, we're looking at this side right now, and the area that's getting hot is going to be this chip right here, okay? And then the output of this chip is going, and then this is getting hot too, right? So those are the two things that are getting hot. And where's the output box? LG. Why would this get hot? Do you think this is bad? It's not hot, it's warm, I guess. Because this is just controlling, well, I was assuming it was controlling these right here, right? Yeah, so this is controlling those MOSFETs. So these are those two MOSFETs right there. These are dual MOSFETs that takes the 20 volts and then produces this 1.8 here. We do have 1.8 here, so if this is on, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I just want to see where this is going, because that's my main thing. It's like, what is it going and what is it not happy with, right? So it's going into the CPU and it's going to the back of the CPU. So it's all CPU related. And so it's not going to the chipset at all. It's passing power to something, but it's getting hot. Can you just reflow the chipset? I mean, I can reflow anything we want, but it's whether that will fix it. It's a rabbit hole. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a rabbit hole. There's a hotspot next to the coil. So do you think it's a hotspot next to this coil and not this hotspot? I mean, we could just try changing out the PUG chip here, the PWM, but it is outputting 3 volts. So, I mean, 1.8 volts. So why would it matter, right? Rabbit hole. At least the CPU is not a blink code, although we didn't have the lights hooked up. That's true. Should we, is the CPU getting hot? No, because if we look on the thermal camera, we're only seeing these two things get hot, right? So we have heat here, we have heat here, and we have heat here. That's it. That's it, right? So that's on. That's what we're looking at. This coil's on, and we're getting 1.8, and then the chipset's on, but it's like the edge of the chipset. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe the chipset's messed up. Scope the BIOS chip and confirm chatter. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. But there may be one. If it's chatting, it's just going to be like one little request, because that would be all it would get. I mean, we could do that real quick if you want. So let me get the scope. El Scopo. Pin 2 and pin 5, I believe, is what we remember, right? PUG1. PUG1. Have a pug in the drawer. You put your pug in a drawer? Bad pug, bad pug. There's no close ground. It's annoying. Oh yeah, that's close enough. Okay. Dum 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 dum. All right, so we're going to turn it on. We're just going to see if we do get any chatter at all. So we'll start with pin 2. I'm going to plug it in. See if you get a good enough view there. That's pin 2. I mean, it was asking for it, right? So that looked good to me. And then pin 5, I believe, was the other. We got chatter. It talked. It talked the talk. And even if I put, because remember there's two different BIOSes you can put on here, even if I put the wrong one on, it would still boot up. It still turns on, it just wouldn't go very far. So this pin 6. Just ground your ear. Okay, pin 7. And then I don't remember what pin 3 is. Missing a resistor near the chip. Is that missing right there? You know what? By golly geez, I don't know. You might be right. Let me grab a board because we could be missing one of these guys right here on pin 6. What do you think? But it could be connected. Let me grab a donor board. 452, right? 452. It's not 452. I don't have these M15R6s don't fail very often. So I don't have a lot of these boards. Give me an M15R7. I got stuff loads of them. Here's a 452. Okay. This is the higher end version of the board. Or no, this is the same board. Okay. Here we go. So I got one right here. All right. So scope that. Okay, so this is what we have. So we have no chips there, no chips, no resistors. Okay, you ready? I'm going to switch. Okay, I'll switch back. I mean, it looks the same to me. I don't see any issues so far. I think it's missing. It's kind of sus. It looks sus, but I mean, there's been a lot of soldering going on in this area. Any error code. We didn't put the light on, so we can put the light back on to figure out if we have that. No buffering here. I'm thinking it's missing. It kind of looks sus. Oh, I'm not getting any buffering. Oh, so people are saying buffering's happening? Is it because I walked away? Don't walk away, okay? Can you check PQG1? Papa Quebec Golf 1. Papa Quebec Golf 1. Papa Quebec Golf 1. Where was that at? Was that the one that's 15 ohm? No. Papa Quebec Hotel. No buffering in the South Pacific. You guys have a lot of issues here. And let me plug in this test board that says it's bad, or this bad board. I want to see what that does. Because I have no idea what's wrong with it. No buffering. We got a couple people talking about buffering and then everybody else saying no buffering, so I'm not sure what's going on. All right, so this is my bad board, or whatever it's on my donor board. I don't know why it's bad, so we'll see. Check the 140 ohm coil on board view. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll check that. Well, looky, looky, looky in Cat's Black Bookie. This board's doing identical. This is the board that's on my shelf, and I bet that this is a board that I could not figure out, and I ended up having to replace it. Identical. So you know what? If we could fix this other board, we could fix this board. Bro. So, what have we learned here? It's very unlikely that we have two that are doing exactly the same thing. So that means that we do have a common cause. We don't know what the verdict is or why, but that makes not good donor board though. Yeah, like, so I can't steal parts off of it, I guess, but we can't even use it as a reference board. Concur, solid signal from New York, blizzard. You have a blizzard in New York right now? All right, so what was our next thing we're going to do? You want me to check that coil, the 140 ohm coil? So I'm going to set this aside. We'll use it if we need it. We want to compare resistances. Okay, let's do that. All right, so I'm going to keep the wing on here. So this is a customer's board, and then this one also has a mark here on the CPU. So I'm going to just be in straight voltage mode. So we have our, we get a good ground here, 45, 50, 60 ohms. 60 ohms on that coil. Point, wait, so that's 2. So that's 200 ohms? Is that right? 200 ohms seems kind of low compared to this one. This is 60 ohms. Okay, 60 ohms, and that was 200 ohms. So that was higher than at 250-ish, yeah. I don't know why it stayed in K. It's like, why don't you just switch over, buddy? Drop the K. Move that decimal point for me, please. Okay, so that was saying that. Let's see what the CPU itself is saying on here. 38. 38. 11. 11. 11. 38. What chips do we have here? This is crazy. So this is 200 ohms with 38s, and this is 50 or 40 ohms or whatever with 11s. It should be the same CPU, I would think, but maybe there's like a i9 versus i5 or something. You guys are going to have to look this up for me, though. There we go. SRKT3 is on the donor board. SRKT3. And then we have SRKT3. Sus. What the what? Okay. What are we cooking with here? Does that mean we have maybe the PWM controllers messed up, or the, I don't even know. Bad CPUs on both? So 11800Hs for both, but they're measuring completely different inductances or resistances. Does that mean we have a common, one of their MOSFETs are bad? Bad EC, doubt it, no. I don't think it's an EC. GPUs are different. Yeah, this is definitely a bigger GPU. You can see the die. This one's probably like a 80, maybe 80 series. We got G20. It's an E5A1, which is I think a G5. I mean E5A1, which is I think a 3070 Ti, and then this is a E3A1, which is a 3060, or it might be a 3070 flat with no Ti. Huh. All right. What do we? I don't know. We might need to bench it because I can't. My brain is not. Unless we really put our heads together. PCH resistance first. Okay, let's measure our PCHs. Because both of them have the PCH coming on. So here we go. PCH, we have... I got 1K on this coil, which is what I believe that powers it. And 2K. It's like everything's the double. Everything's double. Or like that's double or triple over there. What about the 14 ohm coil? Thank you. Yes, so here's our 14 ohm coil that we found, or 15.8. So what about this one? 8 ohms. It's half. How is that possible? How is that possible? How is that coffee? Oh my gosh. What is going on? Yeah, where's my coffee? Okay. Same board, print number, same CPU, same chipsets, but all the measurements are half on this board. But then they both have the same daughter board. Daughter board. I doubt it, but that is something that's different. It's just because I'm about to lose my freaking mind. I'm about to lose my mind. Okay, we'll go back to 14 ohm resistance. So our 14 ohm resistance is 16 still, or whatever, and then this one is still 2K, and then what about this one? 1.39, okay. Okay, so that's 8. 0.9, so 1K basically, and then this other one, 1.3. Did that match? Hey, we have one that matches. Lucky. Okay, here's what we need to do. We need to find a board that works. Let me see if I have one of these boards in stock. I'm gonna just go grab one for my inventory. Right? Because we need something that has some real numbers on it. I can't even comprehend what's going on here. Different GPUs. I really don't think the GPUs would double that, but I mean, you might be right for all I know. But the GPU measurements, like if I go measure the GPU coils, they're gonna be about the same on both. So I'm not sure. M15R6 motherboards. Hey, I have a stack of them. Yay, cool. Okay, I have 11 of the 3060s in stock, and then I have 8 of these other 3060s. But we want to have the one that has the same CPU, so let's find that one. So this is the one that has the same CPU, right? What CPU was it? The 11800H? Okay. All right, so that's... Yeah, I have 8 of those in stock. So this is going to be the same as my test board. It has the 3060 CPU, but it does have that same there. So I'm going to go grab one of these from my shelf real quick. I could try to take y'all with me, I guess, but we'll have to do that whole setup thing. Ugh. And the lights aren't on back there, so it's so dark. The schematic we had, I don't know if I have the schematic. I have the board. No, I do have the schematic right here. I wish the schematic would tell you what the resistances were supposed to be. That would be kind of cool, right? So P1, P51. Is that what part number it was? I can't remember now. Yeah, P1, P51. But see, what I got to figure out is where it is in my warehouse. So it's in Z8. So I got to go to Z8. And that tells me what shelf it's on. Z is my location for motherboards, and then it's on shelf number 8, and then, or set of shelves number 8. Road trip. You guys can come with me if you want. It's just going to be, it takes a second for the lights to warm up and do all that stuff, and I have to get my cell phone going. But we can do it. Or I can just run out there and go grab it. What do you want? Get the daughter board. Get a daughter board too? We don't even need the daughter board. Yes, road trip. Everyone else, we can just do it real quick. Okay, let me get the camera set up. That takes a second because I have to disconnect this other camera. I'm just gonna hook my cell phone to it. And nope, not that one. Let's try this one. Yep. All right, let's see if this works. Are we working? No. No. Okay. Why aren't you working, buddy? So I have to cast over to the actual device here, so that's what I'm waiting for to see if I can get this thing to work. Receiver screen. There we go. Only took a million tries. Yay! Okay, it's gonna be a little blocky and not as like smooth, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Still not working. Where is it at? We get to do this live here. You're gonna find me figuring this out quickly, but I have to find the right window here. Twitch, overhead. I can't see your chats right now, by the way, just to let you know. Bell, stream. What am I missing here? I know. Sorry. I could have just went out there and grabbed it by now. Oh, this was set up before, and I don't know why it's not working. Oh, well, it's kind of working. I'm just using my thermal camera view, but this is not right. That's the problem. I have like a different view for it for doing this casting thing, and I just don't know why it's not working. I can't find the right window. Maybe it's because this isn't expanded. I can't see what I'm doing. So let me close this out real quick. Oh, can't see what I'm doing. Screen overlay catch. Just go grab it. Just go grab it. I'm just gonna go grab it real quick because it's not working right. Sorry about that. It's just like I'll have to fix that. Okay, I'll be right back. So I'll be back in a mere moments. I have to use my phone as a flashlight anyway. Now I don't even remember the part number. After all that. Okay, P1P51. 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 P1, P51, and Z8, right? P51. There's so many out here. P1, P51. P51. Okay, found it. For some reason I wasn't looking for P1, P151. I was looking for something else. I kept saying it, but I wasn't grabbing it the right way. Okay. All right, I'll try to fix that for next time. I do think it's kind of fun to go out there or take you guys out there on a hunt, but really sorry that didn't work out. Okay, so we have a new board here. This will help us bigly. It will help us bigly. Dave's Not Here, man. That's from Up in Smoke, man. Love that movie. The twin enters the room. I need to send my brother back in here. On one of the streams, I had my brother sit down. I have a twin brother. I had him sit down. I got up, and then he sat down, and it was a whole, kind of tricky thing. So here's our brand new board. So we don't need our donor board anymore, or our test board, right? Maybe I'll just put it off to the side, right there. Okay. Okay, so measurements. I know we're all interested. Where should we poke first? That's the question. I'm thinking I want to poke our coil that's getting hot. So we'll poke that. And 0.6. So now we're getting double that board. And if we poke our 14 or 8 ohm, we got 13 ohms over here. Okay. If we poke this one, which was what, 1K, and then we had 2K on that board. So this one was 1K. And we have 1.7, 1.8K. I mean, that's within range of being that board. That's fine. This one is 1.3, 1.4, whatever it takes. That's good. So back over here. Did we ever do this one on this side? 0.6. I don't know if I did this one over here. 0.5. That's fine. All right, so what are we going to do? So we have this one here was the 0.2. And it's 0.6. I mean, we have capacitors, so they might be charging up. The coil close enough, it's close enough for the coil. So maybe just be a charging up issue. Let's plug this one in, the new one, and let's just see what the startup phase is. See if it goes to that 0.11 and goes to 0.2 and then jumps up or does something like that. We want to see what kind of startup phase it has. Isolate, inject right now. I know people love to voltage inject, but you have to know where to inject or else you're injecting to nothing. Oh, great. My thermal camera's not set up anymore because we went through that whole BS to get the camera working here. So, all right, let's see if that worked. Wait, what do you say? Think it's capacitor northwest of the 0.3 FET. That'd be interesting. That'd be nice. It'd be nice if it's just a capacitor. Easy pizza. Easy burrito. Missing BIOS chip. We put the BIOS chip back on, but the customer had taken it off. That's why it was missing in the first place. Okay, so we have it. We're going thermal. I don't know why my thermal camera's all shifted over now. It's because I was messing with stuff. Okay, so we're going to plug it in, pay attention to the power meter, pay attention to what heats up. So I'm going to get my hands out of the way. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So those get hot just like that. We go up really hot, really fast. Did you see that? So I unplugged it immediately, but I want you to see that we had those two coils come on first. We had the chipset come on, and then the CPU came on immediately after that. So that should have been the next stage in its startup process, but we weren't getting there. Okay, you ready? I'm going to plug it in one more time. 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, and then it turned on. All these power stages came on. And I wasn't even paying attention to the power meter, so I'm going to pay attention to the power meter. I'm going to plug it in one more time. And I want to just look at the current this time. I know everyone else is kind of looking at different things, so we're going to do it one more time. 3, 2, 1. 0.07. And then it really jumps really high pretty fast. And even the VRAM comes on over here. You can see the GPU coming on. Do you think that we're having an issue with the RAM power supply? Hold on, let me measure. I think this is the RAM power supply, right? Where's the 1.2 volt power supply? Because if that doesn't come on, then it won't power on either. I'm just going to measure some of these voltage rails and see what should be coming on. So I'm going to measure this coil over here, which you can't see, but I'm pointing at it with my finger here. And I just want to measure to see if that voltage comes on when I plug it in. And we got 1.2. So that's the voltage rail that we may be missing, is what I'm thinking. Because if the RAM doesn't come on, RAM needs to come on first before the CPU comes on. At least that's my experience. I may be wrong on that, but so let's measure to see if the 1.2 is coming on whenever we plug it in. And I have a feeling that we're missing our 1.2 volt, or that's not coming on. Voltage went too high. So that was the good board. So here's our bad board. So I'm going to measure that coil here. This is the 1.2 for the RAM power supply. I got my probe on it. 3, 2, 1. And we're getting nothing. So let's check to see if we are getting voltage over here. And maybe this chip's getting the signal and telling it to enable, but it's not coming on. Maybe we're getting something like that. I don't know. We're just guessing here. Chipset got hot differently. Did it? I mean, it probably got hot a little bit different because the first step came on. I'm going to do it, plug it back in so we can see that. On, and then it came on, boom. And then right then, it should have actually turned on everything else. So we should have had the CPU coming on and all these other things coming on. But I feel like that looked about the same for that real initial. So I have it unplugged again. I'm going to plug it back in one more time. It's not on right now. We're waiting for this to cool off. All right, plug it back in. 3, 2, 1. And then boom. And then that's when it should have come on. So right when this comes on, I feel like the CPU and all the other stuff should come on. Anyway, I just want to address this RAM power supply. So here's our RAM power supply. And let's look at the board view just so we can kind of figure out what the pinout should be, or what the enable line is and all that stuff here. So right here, so this is the output to 1.2. It's going to go to the RAM, the DDR4, and then this is going to be the controller chip. So we want to make sure we have voltage coming into this chip. We want to make sure we have an enable pin or enable signal. So these are the feedback circuits. Let's see. DDR. 1.2 good. VRF. Okay, 19 volts coming in, coming out. So it's a dual MOSFET there too. Okay. All right, so let's get some voltage measurements here. See what we got showing up. The amperage did not jump like the other one did. Well, the other one turned on the CPU. That's why it jumped so high. So I have it on right now. We don't have our 1.2 here. But what I'm guessing is that it may not be coming on over here. So we got 4.7 on this 2 ohm. That's 2.2. And then we should have 19 coming in through here, right? Or 20. 20 comes through here. This is a dual MOSFET. Do we have a signal here? We have no signals to try to turn that on. Do we even think this chip's even coming on? We got 5 volts here. What is that pin? I'm not familiar with this chip itself. So there's the VDD. But where's the enable? Is it whenever you turn on the chip, it should automatically produce it? Is anyone, Led, you're familiar with this? Because likely the new BIOS ME firmware is ME version to compare which we need. Do you want me to rip the BIOS off of this new board? Is that what you're saying? Where's the 1.2 come from? So the 1.2 is going to come from right here. We have 20 volts coming here. And then this chip right here is telling this chip to produce 1.2 on the output. Or on the output, right there. So 19 volts in, 1.2 out. And then it goes through the inductor at the end. I think the power goes out to enable it. The power, it's power in and out to enable it. So you think it just does that and enables it? I don't know. We could just try changing the chip out too, if we wanted to, but I don't know. What I like to do sometimes is just kind of fake enable it, is what I like to do. We got a VREF. The FET gate pulsing, we can check it on a scope. I'm not seeing a single signal on there, but we can check it with the scope. Hit the discord, oh wait, let's see. PUM 110, or 1, and then pin 10. So this is what we're saying right here. So that's good, so that means that's a feedback circuit, right? So we're getting it from way over here. So if we're sending the good signal through that, and that's coming from way over here. And so let's check these guys real quick just to see what we're getting over here. So it's Z5? Z5? This guy right here. The guys right there. I love board views. They're so friendly. They like to share. Sharing is caring. Share some information. So we got 2.9 right there. That doesn't seem right. 2.9. Look at this. It should be 3. It says 3 volt and 5 volt enable, so it should be 3.3 or 5 volts, whatever it is. Usually, you know, it's going to be some sort of logic high, but we're only having 2.9 on that pin. What do you think about them apples? 2.9 there. 3 volts. And is this, it's just a transistor? I'm surprised this isn't getting warm though, if there is a short in this area. He said earlier, go further, even wrong BIOS. But we put a BIOS on that was good. So enable the 3, wait, enable 3 and 5 volt circuit, I guess. So, but should I put, I mean, I feel like I just want to bypass something, you know, jump something, right? So if we're just looking to, sorry, I hate when I put the wrong view on. Anytime, mods, you can do exclamation point microscope if you need to switch to a microscope, exclamation point overhead to go to overhead, exclamation point thermal to go to thermal. That's if I do the wrong view, just to let you know. Anyway, so that's 3.4 right there. So we got nothing here. What are we supposed to have on this pin? And what are we supposed to have on this pin? Right? Should we put something there? That's what I'm saying. I want to put something there. I want to make it happen. So, should we try jumping it? Try putting 3.3 on there. We can just put a 3.3 volt right here, and then that should theoretically enable this, I believe. Or is it this one? I can't remember which line it was now. I'm lost. Put 3.3. Okay, we'll go 3.3, but which one was it? Was it this line that we needed to put it on? Or was it over here? It might be this one. I might be able to just jump right across those two. Yep, that's it. Okay, we got it. We got it. Okay, but this means that we might be able to turn it on. Stop, check the new board first. Okay, let's check the new board first. I like that idea. But the problem is the new board turns on automatically, so it's going to be a little trickier, but we can at least see what the signals or voltage levels are at that time, and I can't keep it on for very long, so we'll just have to do it real fast, real quick. All right, so new board's hooked up. I keep hitting the wrong view. Okay, new board's hooked up. Right. Okay, so we're going to measure, where's that? Right here. So I want to measure what we're supposed to have on this pin right here, okay, which is here. Okay, plugging it in at 3, 2, 1. 3.4. Okay. So now I want to measure what we should have here. Plugging it in, 3, 2, 1. 2.9 is correct there. Okay. What about this pen here? Plugging it in, 3.3. Okay. All right. So what about the other sides of these guys? Because we didn't have anything there either. Nothing. And then I'll do this side. Nothing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump this across right here and see if we get that power rail to come on. Okay. Are we good with that? Does that sound pretty practical? Because we might be able to get the RAM power rail to come on, which turns on the rest of it. And we got some concurrence going on. Concurrence is strong with this crowd. Okay, so we'll jump that. And so I'm just going to use my old tweezers here. But what I want to do is I'm going to put my probe on the 1.2 volt power rail over there on the RAM. I don't know how many hands I have. Do you know how many hands you have? I have 2 hands. So let's see. Let me think of how I'm going to do this. I have to do it separately. Okay, I'm going to plug it in first. So I have it plugged in. And I have the probe on the 1.2 volt power rail, and then I'm going to jump these together. Oh, darn it. I squeezed it weird. Let me change the angles here. Okay, here we go. And here we go. So we went up to 0.3. Okay. So, I think I just saw something. I'm going to go thermal. And I want to be able to see it on the screen too, so I'm changing views. Okay, ready? So I'm going to squeeze together that, jump that, and I think we got a chip getting hot. Something's getting hot there. Something's not happy with what I'm doing. So let me go higher up. I want to see if anything else on the board's getting hot besides that. Okay. For science, jump it for science. So what do we think it is? I don't even know what it is that's actually getting hot, but it looks like it's the chip itself that I'm actually jumping. So we might have an internal short or something wrong with that. Let me just, it looks bad to me. So let me just replace it. And then that's just at least a good step, I think. Use AI to compare the two boards. Yes, AI knows so much. AI is very talented at board repair. What do you use to hold the thermal camera? I just have it hooked to the bottom of the microscope here. You can see it right here. I have 2 of them on the bottom. I have a P1, P2 Pro, and then I have the Fleur 1 Pro. They're both mounted there, and then I just have a cable I can switch between the two, and then I have that wired over to a cell phone off to the side right. I don't know, you can't get it in my view. There's a cell phone off that's mounted to my microscope here, and then I have that casted through software to the laptop itself, or the computer itself. Looks bad, smells bad. Could be bad. It'd be weird that both boards are bad. You remember, because the other one's doing this too. Test donor board. Test it on the donor board also. Remove and then jump the pin. Yeah, that could work. So I'm just going to take this. I'm going to set it off to the side. So theoretically, I should now just be able to jump this, right? And it shouldn't be an issue anymore. We can put a new one on, but what's the fun in that? We're improving it. We're making it less convoluted. All right, we'll go thermal again. It's gonna be kind of hot right there, but we'll let it cool off. While it's not on the board, jump that pin. That's what we're doing. All right. Oh. So we're going up to 0.15. Is that what we were doing a second ago when I was squeezing it? I never looked. And that voltage rail again is going up to 0.2 or 0.3. So I'm measuring the 1.2 volt power rail. It's kind of turning on, but it's not really. It's still hot in that area, so it's hard to see anything getting hot. I'm going to look over here on this side to see if anything's getting warm over there when I do it. Yep, right here. Right there. Okay. Did you see it? So that was whenever I turned that on. Now we don't know if this is bad. We're just, this is a chasing the tail type of situation. Do we have a bad diode? That diode got hot. I'm pretty sure it was this diode that got hot just now. Lay rabbit hole, 12 to 15. What is it? Lead. Oh, what we got? CPU serial, tombstone the diode and test. Okay, well I was just gonna do this. And then, or diode mode. Yeah, I don't know if it's the diode or not, but yeah, we can do that, or it could be a capacitor sitting right next to it for all I know. I didn't need to check that. Nope. All right, I'm gonna do it again. You want me to just pop the damn thing up, the darn thing up? Tombstone that thing. Rabbit hole, rabbit hole. Inject into the diode. What's the measurement to ground though? That's the question. So that must be ground on that side, and that's our positive, and then I flip these to ground. That's ground on that side, so there's nothing to inject to. It's duck season, but I still don't know if it actually was the diode. I mean, it could have been one of these chips over here, you know? That might be why it's not coming on, because this chip is bad, you know? Or that dual MOSFET's bad. Will it get hot enough to put alcohol on it? I don't know. Can I just put alcohol on it? Let's try that. Okay, you guys pay attention. I'm not going to be able to pay attention because I'm busy squeezing this stuff together. Ah! It's that chip. This guy. Did you see it? It was him. Whoa. Whoa. And that's the actual buck converter. All right. Well, okay. I like it. I like that idea. That's easier. Do we have a chip, though, for it? 4X. So is that a 5616B? Do you think that's what it is? 5616B? Let me see if I have a donor board that has a 5616B. I don't like pulling stuff off until we have it. Nathan, are you an expert in PC specs? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, 5616B sounds perfect. PUM, PUF, PUG. Everyone, thank you for joining the stream. Thumbs up. We're at 821 viewers. Do we have 821 likes? Remember, if you like the stream, then more people show up. So it's an experiment. I want to see how many people we can get on the stream. If everyone just clicks like right now, if you haven't done it already, and then let's see if we can make it 1,600 people all of a sudden. It's a good test. We're just going to see if it actually works for the Google algorithm, the YouTube algorithm. And while you're doing that, I'm going to dig through these boards. These are 454. You'll be surprised. It's like just on Twitch, people talking. If people just type in the chat, then all of a sudden the number goes up. Number go up. All right, so there's the one on this board. We're gonna need an exact chip. And what's annoying is that the other board that we have as a donor has the same chip on it. It's going to be bad because it's doing the exact same thing. But I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Let's grab some of these. This one has the same chip on it. What's wrong with it? Sometimes I hate stealing chips off of boards because I'm like, oh, is this thing fixable? Okay, I know this one, the corner of the board broke. This was a brand new motherboard, and then the screw mount ripped off the corner, and so this is possibly could be fixed, but probably not. What about this one? That has a stick of DDR5 in it. Ooh, how much money is in this right now? Look at this. It's a stick of DDR5 in here. It's a 16 gig. I just found some gold. Found some gold. I'll put it right here. Eating spaghetti. I've been eating the spaghetti. All right. So this doesn't even have the right chip in it, I don't think either. What about this one? All right, I think I'm just going to steal this one. Oh wait, that one doesn't have it either, but is this, so maybe this is B4 equals 8J chip is the same? Because this is the same board number right here. This is a K452. And it's using these chips, the B4 8s, or B4 equals, 4B equals. So I think it's probably the same chip. So that means we could steal that chip too, which is kind of nice. Sometimes you have it where it's a different chip, it's the same board, and we just kind of dig through piles and we're like, okay, well that chip, I figured out that chip's the same, so we can just grab that chip off of there. So, and then this one's the one on the board that doesn't work, but it's the 5616B. Bravo. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this one that is the new board, that I know it's a good board. It has that broken part on there. We'll just steal this chip off of there. Okay, so I think we got a game plan. Let me get all this stack out of the way here. right, so I'm going to grab the good one. I'm going to grab the good one first. That's how I like to do it. So we're going to say this is going to be our good one. Oh, funny. The 4B equals a 5616B. That's hilarious. It just says it on there like that because they're so friendly with their naming schemes. Okay. Does my husband know I do this? Yes, totally. My wife is watching right now. She has it on the TV. My kids are watching too. Everybody's watching. Okay, and I'm going to mark this one as, this is the customer's board. Yeah, my good board's here. So we're just going to go like this, just to make sure we're not getting them mixed up. No easy pizza tonight. Is it okay that's not an easy pizza? Do we like working a little hard sometimes? RT807P equals that. Oh. But is that the same thing? How many kids do I have? I have 2 kids, teenagers. I'm a family man. That's right. That's why I always have to get home and to see my kids before they go to sleep. All right, so we took that one off. Should we check measurements before I put the new one on, or should we just put this on? I don't think we need to do anything. Yeah, in general, whenever I see chips that are different, made by different manufacturers, I've seen them where the board is identical, or I'll even buy a batch of boards and I'll have like 10 of them, and 5 of them will have one chip and 5 will have another chip on it. So it's just, so I'm not surprised anymore with that type of stuff happening. We raw dogged it, man. Raw dogged. Fix the pad. And it looked like the pad was messed up right there. It looks weird actually still. I know. Let me toothbrush it. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Okay, so we don't have that other chip back on there. I don't know if we should put it on there or if we should just do our jumping trick. Jumping for joy. Kind of feel like we should put this back on since we don't think that's the issue. Plus it's easier for me to jump it. But, because I was having to jump it like this. But, But it, I'm just trying to think. All right, I'm gonna leave it for right now off and we'll go back to this. Never jump for joy. It's all hot on this side. So hot. So hot. Darn it. Dropping motherboards. Dropping donor boards. Okay. Test it now that I've replaced it. Okay, so we're just going to go straight in, plug it in without jumping it. 0.05, 11, 12. Okay, same as before. And a couple little chips are on over here now. Still have the edge of the chipset on, but that may or may not matter. I don't know. All right, so now I'm going to jump that. All right, let me measure when I jump it. It's 0.3 again, and the chip's getting hot just the same. So, does that mean we're not jumping it properly? Does that mean it's a bad chip? No, the chip I just put on there was off of a new board. A board that I know worked. It just, I broke the corner of it, the screw mount. So we know that's getting hot. So does that mean we have something else shorting into it or causing some other backfeeding? Or are we off base? Are we off track here? I'm gonna jump it again. Oh, I put alcohol on it again for you. Oh, it's hard to jump it. Oh, it's not actually getting... Oh, it's the chip next to it now, right? Here, let me put this chip back on. Let me put this whatever transistor back on, or whatever it is. Oh, okay, so we're gonna put this back this way. Like that, okay. Come on, folks. Yeah, it seems like the chip next door, but that could have just evaporated because it was still hot. That's the problem. The chip next door is going to be a MOSFET, a dual MOSFET, so it could be that the buck driver chip is trying to come on, and then the chip next door, which is the dual MOSFET, is actually bad. So we can try replacing that. Or taking it off the board or something. No, yeah, well, I actually don't want to take it off the board because that will mess up stuff, but we can replace it. Since we have a known good board that has a lot of good parts on it, and then we have a new board. Okay. Turn it back on again. So keep an eye right here. I'm going to plug it back in. I just want to see if it turns on just at all. See, it's not getting past that at all. It's not even trying to come on. And then if I do that jumping thing that we were doing before on this other chip, it's not doing anything. I think it's hot over there. Okay. Let's assume we believe both pins 5 and 20 should be outputting 1.2 volts. Okay. So let's concur that real quick. Okay, so we'll go back over to our chip that we're messing with here. So we just replaced this chip right here. And so we're talking about 5 and 20. So here's 20. That's 0.6 is what this says. And then 5 is 1.2. But that, so 1.2 VP, what is VP? Is that verify? Missing free resistors? Maybe. A lot of this stuff is sometimes not populated, so you have all this stuff here, but some of it's not even there in the first place. But it looks like 19 and 5 are tied together. 6 is going to be, there's a jumper here. We can check, we can isolate the 0.6 pad here if we wanted to. Send coffee and sweetener. You always remind me to drink some more coffee. 2 things in the upper left of quad, okay? Come on, switch views for me. All right, let's look over here again. Like I'm starting to, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I feel like something over here has to be messed up, right? This is our main power rail. We are confirming we have 20 volts here. We need 1.2 here, right? So we just don't know. And then when we try to turn this chip on, this chip gets hot, and that means it could be shorting out to something that's shorted. So maybe this MOSFET's shorted. I think that's a ground pad though, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that is ground. So these are ground. Fine. And this is the 1.2 output. Diode mode still. Yeah, I put it in diode mode on purpose because I was trying to find if there was something through a diode or some sort of junction. The chip gets hot. Fifth leg. Fifth leg. Fifth leg. Fifth leg. You want me to inject on the fifth leg and see if it gets hot? Seems like the chip next door. Yeah, let's do it. That's the enable, right? Or no, we were doing it on, we were basically injecting here and it was getting hot. .3. I wonder if we're getting our 3.3 right there. It goes over there, okay. Let me check to see if we have our 3 volt here. We can actually just jump across there too, and then to put 3 volts. And then what else do we have? 5 volt. Or, I mean, pin 5. Enable signal missing on MOSFET. That's going to be this one and this one are going to be the 2 signals there. And I don't know. I think I want to replace the MOSFET next, but let's make sure we have measurements here. Anyway. Pin 5. So this is where you want me to inject voltages on pin 5, right? But I wanted to see if we had 3.3 here. So, oh wait, 20 volts there. What? What? Are we supposed to have 3 volts here? Three volts on pin 10. So pin 10, okay, right here we're supposed to have 3 volts. We do. All right, and so there was a resistor on the schematic, but there's not a resistor here. So if I jump across there, let me see what LED's saying here. Okay, jump the hot chip. When you jump across to leg 5, it gets hot. I don't think that's normal. So normal pin 5, it's hot. Check the donor board. Okay. Well, we weren't jumping pin 5. I thought we were jumping here. Because this is where we were connecting to, is right here. We were connecting the enable there. And so that's theoretically where we're jumping. So, let me see. I'm just going to jump right there real quick. See, that gets hot when I jump there. But again, if it's outputting into something that's shorted or that's not liking, then it's going to have an issue. So I just want clarification what you're trying to say, LED. Check the donor board to make sure it doesn't get hot. Okay, so you're saying, but the donor board turns on automatically. We need to turn the, what about the donor board that's broken, maybe? I need to find one that doesn't turn on. Or we need to be able to turn the good board off so that we can measure it at resting voltage, although it's trying to turn on. Sometimes I speak out loud. I'm just like, okay, so here's the board that has the broken trace on the bottom that we just stole that part from. Oh, and I just blew out that MOSFET. Great. Did you just see it blow out? Ah! God damn it. I did not mean to do that. I really wasn't thinking about it. Did you see it? Right there. I blew it out. So this MOSFET that doesn't have the driver anymore is sitting right there hanging out, and that's the one we were about to steal and move over there. I just blew it up whenever I plugged it in because I wasn't thinking. Okay. Congrats. Or drats. Whichever one you want. Okay. I can plug in the good board. I don't want, the board comes on, so it's kind of hard. I need to turn the board off. That's the this is the hard part, right? So when we plug in the board, the good board that's from stock, it comes on automatically, right? Did you want me to check the board that is doing the exact same symptom? Is that what you want me to check? So this board is the board that has the exact same like heat up signature, right? So this is our other board, and if I jump that, let's see if it has the exact same heat up signature. That chip's getting hot also, same thing. Okay, and then if I jump this other area over here, same hotness. Okay, so all that's the same on both boards. Now whether it means anything, I don't know. They both could be, this one's not missing any parts actually. The one that I'm testing on right now, this is the other donor board. This is the other board that is acting exactly the same. I kept it all intact. So customer's board and then this board for my shelf has the exact same symptoms. And so that's why I'm keeping that intact. And then this is the brand new board from stock. And then this is the board that was brand new, but this post got broken off so that it no longer turns on. So we just stole that part from there and then we just blew out that chip on accident. So, so mad. So mad I blew that thing out. Bourbon time. I just want a repair that works is what I want. I want to fix something that's not a rabbit hole. You guys should have chose something like battery doesn't charge or something. You guys should have chose something like do the Wi-Fi cards survive? Maybe I need some of this green stuff. Hello from Portugal. What if I just inject 1.2 volts into it? What if I just put the 1.2 volts there, say, hey, it's there. I punched another touchpad. Repairing 4 motherboards all at the same time. I have a plethora of them. It's rabbit poop. Why? The trackpad not working. Yeah, we pull off the EC chip, replace it, Bob's your uncle, and then we actually have something that works. We gotta check the 1.2. I wanna make 1.2 happen. All right, I feel like I wanna change that MOSFET out, but now I just blew out the MOSFET I was gonna put on there that's a known good one. Your kids are learning what not to do. That's right, that's right, that's right. Good night, everyone. Mark, thank you for stopping by. All right, here's another board. Let's see what this one does. What if it does the exact same thing again? What if I have a whole stack of these that do the exact same thing? Plug in a AA so we don't have to worry about it. Okay. All right, so this one has a different signature. Did you see that? Okay, this is cool. That's cool. I like this one because we can actually use this one as an example. So this is another board that was on my shelf, same part number. We plug it in. We get that same coil that comes on over here. We get that same chipset. And then the GPU is coming on. CPU is not coming on at all. But do we have our 1.2? So this one, the issue is the CPU is not coming on. But do we have our 1.2? If we have our 1.2, we can steal from here. We could be a thief in the night. We have 1.2, I can't believe! So 1.2 coming on, and then the CPU doesn't come on this one. And it's missing some coils here. I mean, some tantalum capacitors. Oh, and then this is unhooked here. This might be one I was just messing with, I guess, or trying to fix, or somebody trying to fix. This looks questionable. But we at least know that these work, right? This area works. So now what do we do with this knowledge? Woohoo! Northwest Repair here. Tony! Tony! What's up? You know, I realized why I say Tony like that. It's a Seinfeld episode where it's like, I can't remember, somebody was hanging out with a guy named Tony, and then he's like, Tony! So we got a weird one. You want to inject 1.2. I want to replace all the components that make 1.2 happen, or we need to find the signal that should be showing up there. But I'm going to measure on pin 6 or 5. We'll measure on pin 5 here. So let's see what voltage we're supposed to get. 3.4. Okay. And then what about, or maybe this is pin 5. Sorry. This one, we're getting nothing on this pin. No, wait, 1.2 for a second. 1.1, 1.2. Okay, so we should have 1.2 on that. That's like a feedback line, I think. What about, what else? What other pin you want me to measure? I want to measure them all. We need to get something out of Soren's box. I got a box of parts. Take the chip you blew off the board. Yeah, I blew it off of the donor board that we're going to use, so I'm not going to use that. So we could steal either one of these, and since we know both of these are working, maybe just take the MOSFET over, or we can transfer them both since we know them both are working. Swap the MOSFET. That's what I'm thinking. Swap the MOSFET. I think everyone concurs with that, right? Oh, good night. Good night. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I was trying to do my Christopher Walken. This watch. But that's so I was like, this box. I'm not that good because you got to get your throat going to get the Christopher Walken. If it was a bit less rude, okay, MOSFET can occur. Okay, so I'm going to pull this one. Now this board we know does stuff we like. We need to mark this one down somehow. Let me put a sticker on this one. So I'm going to write down on this board, no CPU. No CPU for you. No CPU. All right, so that we know this board turns on, but we have no CPU. All right, so now we're going to steal this, and then that way we can put the stuff back on if we want. Almost ready to swap a motherboard. You know, yeah, we could have swapped it a while ago. We saw the board was what, 600 bucks, so. And we had it in stock. Buenas noches. Buenas tardes. It'd be funny if it's just this dual MOSFET the whole time. Hey, oh, the diode just went for a run. Did you see my diode fly away? I don't think I've ever seen a diode go that far. Okay, so we have our MOSFET. Where'd our diode go? Wow. There it is. I got a diode too. I guess we can change the diode out while we're at it, since we have both. You get a diode. You get a diode. So Tony, you missed it. We unboxed a huge box. And it had like 160 something toothbrushes in it that Daryl Flores sent to me. It was incredible. All right, so we're gonna assume this guy's bad. .241. So pins 4 and pin 1 should have a 1.2 on it. Pin 5 had a 1.2. Okay, this guy's over here. We'll put him over here with his friend. Put this guy back on here. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like what you've done here. Okay, we got to clean up after ourselves. I don't know why I don't like keeping it dirty, but if you clean now, it's less hard to clean later. It's like cooking, you know? If you clean your dishes while you're cooking, you don't have a huge mess at the end. I bet people concur about that. Okay. Okay, so what are we thinking? I think I need a DC jack. It's lost forever. So I have the diode. I put it off to the side. I'm not going to put it on right this second, but we'll do it in a second. We have 10,000 toothbrushes by the end of the week. Oh my gosh, it's going to start showing up. I'm telling you, I'm going to start sending out autographed toothbrushes to everyone. All right, what do you think? We're going to get at 1.2 now? You think we're going to get 1.2 now? We have no shorts. Everything looks good. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Okay, I'm measuring. Plugging. Still don't have 1.2. I want to put 1.2 there. It wants 1.2. I'm going to put 1.2 there. Pissing me off. Yeah, Nate no longer sells Dell computer parts. He sells Dell branded toothbrushes. late for 2 hours again. Well, you didn't miss anything because we haven't done crap. We haven't done a single thing. Since I fixed the motherboard and gave you a reason to smile, here's a toothbrush. That's right. Here you go. Here's a toothbrush. Take this. The diode blew away on the donor board, but I mean, I saved it. I have it. But I'm going to inject. I don't care. I'm going in. I'm going in hot. We're going in real hot. We just want to see what it does. I can limit the current to what? What did we put it? Like, how much current should I put on that thing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how much current you want. 500 milliamps or something? Something low at first? Send it. I mean, the board ain't working anyway. What are we doing? We're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs. Get our jumper cables out. Get your jumper cables, because this laptop needs 1.2 volts to run. I had a short that I did that because it was like missing the 1 volt or 1.05 volt power line, and then you could just inject a 1 volt on there and then the board would start, and then you could unhook it and it would run for the rest of the time as long as you kept it on. Get your jumper cables. All right, so we want 12 volts in, right? 12 volts. I need a better power supply, but I'm cheap. I don't want to spend the money. .2 on the dot, and then we're going to put what? How much current you want? How much current you want? We'll do a half an amp. We good? The diode has left the chat. I have the diode, people. If you guys want a diode, I got a diode right here. I saved it. It's right here. It's right here where I left it. So I'll put it right here. You can watch it for the rest of the stream. It's right there. Okay. Test with the meter on the probe. You just want to make sure that we have the proper amount. Proper amount. 1.23. This thing ain't regulation, is it? Okay. Getting closer. All right. 1.2 on the Dizot. 1.21 gigawatts. Is this going to work or not? I don't know. But we're going thermal because if we're going to see something happen, it's going to happen thermally. We're going to go thermal conductive. All right, so I don't know if I should do it before or after. Probably should do it after I plug it in. All right, here we go. So I'm plugging in the board. And then it's taking 150 milliamps. and that chip's getting hot again. That same chip's getting hot. So, Tony, if you just, you just joined anyway. So we have this chip right here produces 1.8 volts, and then that comes on all the boards, and then this is the chipset getting warm. So all this stuff comes on normally, and then we should have 1.2 here, and then we should have all these other power stages come on, but we're not having that. If it doesn't work, then inject voltage on the coil. That's why I'm injecting it. Chipset's getting warm on the bottom, which is, yeah, it's right on the edge. So if I move this over so you can kind of see it better. So I'm injecting voltage again. Gosh, and we have two boards doing exactly the same thing. Chipset's only warm in the bottom. Well, that's how the other one is. Let me plug in the good board again so you guys can stare at it. So this is a brand new board from stock. So you can see the startup process on that. So brand new board from stock. So I want you to look at this chipset on how that starts up and then how this starts up, and then it will automatically kick in and everything else will turn on. So I'll put you back over here to the power meter. Okay, ready? 3, oh, damn it, these cords are all tangled. Okay. All right, look at the chipset. 3, 2, 1. So the bottom, and then the whole thing turns on. Okay, I'm gonna do it again so you can see it. So you'll see the bottom lights up just the same. You see this stuff comes on first over here, and then once it goes through that stuff, then it boots up. It actually starts doing its full pull. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Same startup, and then that turns on. And if we look, if we're measuring the 1.2 volt power rail, that comes on after that first start. That's why I'm saying that we're stopping at that 1.2. So I'm measuring the 1.2 right now. You can see the startup, and then it goes to 0.11, and then it turns to 1 amp, and the 1.2 comes on. So we're going to that 0.11 or the 110 milliamps, or 110, 11, whatever, 110, and then it jumps past it. And it's just not even, you have to have the 1.2 come on before the CPU will even try to come on. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to take a break. Let's take a break for a second. And we can hang out and chat. Because it's quite annoying. And maybe people have some information. The 1.2 chip did not even get hot because it didn't even try to come on. So SLSP3 and SLSP4 enable missing. And is that on the schematic or is that on the board view? So SLS 3 and 4. I don't see that on here. I don't see it, man. 4B equals backboard. Wait, you're saying the 4B equals chip is hot on the bad board and must be feeding something bad. That's what I think, it's feeding something bad, but it's doing it on, let's see. The other board is doing the same thing because we have two boards doing the same thing. When we have the other board, oh, you're right. Yeah. And that one board we just stole these chips from, the 1.2 does come on, but the CPU doesn't come on, but then it doesn't get hot. I'm telling you, yes, something has to be shorted. It's connected to the PCH chip, is the 1.2 enable. I don't know. I don't think it is, because we're having it here. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. All right, so this or this, I think that's, we're getting, were we not getting our VDD or not? I can't remember. 5 volts, yes, we were getting our 5 volts here. And then we just weren't getting this signal here, but if I jump this to turn this on, this chip gets hot, and we replaced it multiple times. So that means the output, or what, one of these lines are maybe shorted. 19 volts pin, 19 pin. Let's see, this one. And that ties there, that ties here. And that ties over here. Let's see. We can disconnect these jumpers and see if the thing comes on. Let's do that. Let's disconnect these jumpers because that will isolate it and then that thing should come on. You know what I mean? Not seen any of Soren's videos. Does it give a 1-year guarantee on his work? Probably not. I think I'm the only person in the entire world that puts a year warranty on anything like this. I mean, I put a year warranty on every part I sell. I don't get a year warranty on the parts I'm selling. It's not like I can just return it and get my money back. I basically just take the loss every time when we do a warranty claim. So, yeah, but I haven't had any issues. I mean, on these board repairs, I had one come back this week for a warranty repair, and it wasn't even the issue that I fixed in the first place. There was a different issue. So, yeah, let me remove these jumpers, and then we'll try that. If that makes sense. There's a burn mark on 1225C chip over the diode where we're jumping it. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Does the PUM require, say, DDR5 to be good? It doesn't have to have RAM in there because we haven't been putting any memory in any of these to have them turn on. The only one that knows my local store in California only gets 3 months or 6 months, and that's it for warranty. Yeah, so I used to do a 90-day warranty back in the day, and then one day I was like, but I expect the thing to last a year, so why don't I give a year warranty? And that's why I changed it to a year warranty on everything. And yeah, you win some, you lose some, but who cares? I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. Customer satisfaction is the way to go. If you can just give people a good experience, then everything will be taken care of after that. So here's our jumpers that we're going to isolate. And so if we just break these here, then I believe we should isolate to see if it's on one side or the other at least. So we can remove those. Cut the short. Cut it out, man. Cut it out. Soren equals love. Soren only uses brand new chips. Brand new, never been used, never been touched. Ooh, I don't have my air on. It smells good. I love that lead poisoning. Okay, so it's isolated. So let me just measure resistance on either side of those. So we're in straight resistance right now. So this side we have, looks like 500. And this side we have 6 or 7K. Okay. All right. Plugging it in again. Now I don't expect the thing to boot, but I expect that power rail to come on if we're going to have it come on. Let me measure voltage. Still don't have it coming on. I'm actually pretty surprised. What about you? Soren has tons of toilet paper. Okay, let's go back over here again. I don't know. I mean, I'm about to throw this board across the room and then put a new one in and call it a day. Right? Okay, so we can start over here on this edge. 0 volts. 0 volts. 0 volts. 0 volts. You get 0 volts. You get 0 volts. 0 volts. 0. Okay, so we have 19.2 there. That's kind of a lower voltage. This is the one that we should have enable. Do we have our 5 volts here? 5 volts is to turn on the chips fine. Don't you slip, don't slip. 5 volts there also. 5 volts there also. Nothing. 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 0. So 4.7 was correct. I think we checked that on another chip. And then nothing. Okay, so we have another jumper here. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Danny, good night. I'm going to jump this like we were doing, but I'm going to measure some voltages while we jump it. Because you remember how it gets hot? We want to figure out what's actually turning on when we do this. So if I measure the actual coil and I jump this to turn it on, we got 0.4 volts. Okay? We can tombstone this and see if that corrects anything. Right? We can, yeah, that might be something to try. But I want to see what we have over here on this pin. 0.4 again. What about here? 2.6. Wait, no, we have 2.6 right now. Okay, here we go. 0.4 again. So should I tombstone this? What do you think? I don't know. Are there any enable lines? I think that's the enable line that I'm enabling right now. I'm pretty sure. This is the deepest rabbit hole I've ever been in. No, this is actually not even that deep. Okay, so we have it isolated. All right. Wait, is it on now? Unplug it, plug it back in. Don't enable it. Okay, so it's not, nothing's there, nothing's there. All right, so now I want to measure, again, this 1.2 here. Right, yeah, that one. Still getting 0.4. Why are we getting 0.4? And this chip's getting hot, by the way. So when we enable it, it gets hot. 19 is 1.2 line. You measure 0. Yes, I'm measuring 0 when it's off, and then when I try to turn on, it's 0.0. Wait, 19. 19 was this one, right? I don't want to short those. So that's 4.6. There we go. Right there is 0. So 0.4. It turns on 0.4 again. Every time I turn this on, it turns on. I blew up another laptop! Pin 9 and 19. Pin 9 is 19. What are you talking about? Pin 9 is here. You guys are messing with me. I think these people are starting to mess with me, man. This ain't fun no more. Remove the chip on the new board and test each pad to compare it. I don't want to touch my new board. It's my brand new board, boy. I'm about to put this thing back in the package. Yeah, so one thing I don't want to do is actually mess up my brand new board, because then I can't sell it as brand new anymore. You know what I mean? Brand new, literally brand new. So I don't mind measuring stuff, but I don't want to start soldering stuff and taking stuff off of there, because that's a $600 board that I would automatically make it not new anymore. So never trust chat. Well, it's part of the adventure, you know. I think about it as more like a, you know, again, this is a choose your own adventure type of stream, right? So chat is voting, chat is telling me stuff, and then everyone's just kind of like, it's interactive. It makes it a little more entertaining, but I can see that a lot of people are starting to leave because nothing's happening. So that's what's annoying. Broken out of the box. I mean, this was just supposed to be a BIOS replacement, man. If you had Soren's box, I would be able to do it. So I've tombstoned that. I've broken the bridge. AI is real people. But why? I'm not going anywhere. Good job, Wes. What are we missing? So backseating is allowed? 100% backseating is allowed. That's what the fun is. It's a little chaotic. At least you tried. You don't charge customers for no fixes most of the time. Yeah, so basically I have it costs $79 for a diagnostic, because that includes my return shipping and stuff. So there is technically some sort of like, I guess you can call it a bench fee, but I spend hours on something and then I basically have to say, well, I can't fix it. But most of the time they just say, okay, we put a new board in. So it's not, it never really ends up being that, but sometimes people are like, don't worry about fixing it or whatever, and then it just becomes a $79 fee, and then they don't pay return shipping, so I really get like 40 bucks or 50 bucks total, and that's about 10 bucks an hour. And for something that somebody else worked on first, I'm asking for my own trouble to have that happen anyway. Limit the current benchtop power supply, 5 volts, shorting the leads, and then test the current cutoff between the Chinese benchtop power supplies. Alex, what do you want me to do? I know you want me to limit the voltage below 5 volts, shorting the leads, and then setting the current cutoff is one of those. Yeah, that's how I set it. I just short out the leads and then I set it. But it's probably not a good idea. Don't blame me. I voted for a touchpad. Brian, thank you, Brian. That would have been helpful to vote for the touchpad. All right, what do you want me to do now? Because I don't know. I'm pretty annoying. I think you jumped visual inspection. We did go around and we measured all the capacitors on the board and we did visual inspection at the same time. So I feel like we covered that. Remember, we have 2 boards doing exactly the same thing. We even loaded a new BIOS on here. What? And we know that we're getting chatter on the BIOS chip, so we don't think that that's I need more green juice. I finished all my green juice. So now I'm just down to coffee. Bad chipset? Could be. But it looks the same on the thermal camera to me. When it first comes on, it heats up like that, and then it keeps going. I don't understand how another laptop removed a BIOS when it takes 3.3 and the board is missing 1.2. 1.2 is for the RAM. So it's a startup phase. So you basically have a 1.8 come on, the 3.3 to 5 volts will come on, the chipset will come on, and then we have to start the 1.2 to start the RAM to start the CPU. So it's all these startup phases, right? So 1.2 is missing for the RAM. For the RAM chips. Put it away and I probed another alien shirt, and I'll send him a 10 pack of toothbrushes also. The BIOS chip can be 1.8. Yeah, it's a JV. That'd be interesting. Let me see. This is the brand new board. Let's see if it's a JV or a or what. So this is a JV. So R256 JV. For the brand new board, brand new, and R256 JV, so same board, same BIOS chip, same BIOS chip, same BIOS chip. I really don't know. BIOS could be 1.8. What's next? C4 Dynamite, JW. Yeah. So JV is going to be 3.3 and JW is going to be 1.8. So we're good with that. I get that. That's why I don't understand why we took off the BIOS that was missing the voltage. That was not missing the voltage. He says the BIOS was corrupted. I thought. Maybe he didn't sleep on it. Yeah, so maybe I didn't sleep on it and we'll move on to another machine. What do you think about that? Let's get a win. Let's get a W, because we've been on this for 3 hours, people. 3 hours. And it may not even be fixable. I had another board on the shelf that was doing exactly the same thing. I obviously couldn't fix that one. I obviously wasted a whole day probably on that one. Because, literally I spend all day on ones I can't fix. I wonder if it's some easy good enable. It could be that even. I'm about to throw this thing though. Yeah, let's move to the next machine. Everyone concur with that? Move on. Let's do it. Okay, so let me package this up nice and pretty because I don't want to mess that up. And then I'll sleep on it like we were saying. I'll put this motherboard under my pillow tonight, and maybe something will come of it. All right, I got motherboards piled up all over this place now. You guys make me make a mess every time. Okay, this is customer's board. This is my jack. This is customer's screws. Luckily, I have tons of these bowls now. Okay, send it to the bin. Let's just throw it away. What if we jumped? What does it do? Well, didn't we? Because we disabled some of those jumpers. I don't know. Well, at least I found a 16 gig DDR5 module. That pays for part of this repair. Right? Sorry, I like to clean up before I move on. I do this every time. It's a ritual here. All right, so these two chips right here are those chips I removed from the guy's board. I'm actually going to put all this stuff together and just keep it together. That's the other diode. So we know that those possibly are still good because it didn't change anything. So that's what you categorize going into Soren's box. Brand new box. Maybe I'll send him the Soren and he can put him in his box straight away. How much for the DDR RAM? So those modules, I don't know if we looked that up. I think they're $100 or something. $130 maybe. Like I said, pays for part of this repair. 16 gigabytes of gold bar goodness. Score a win. Let's do it. Okay. All right, so the next one's the 5520. The G series 5520 that doesn't charge the battery, right? Oh my gosh. What do we have here? What do we have here? So the laptop doesn't charge the battery. Now, this went through another tech first, so he didn't even use this AC adapter. But this is Gorilla Tape. So I'm assuming he liked his he liked this curve here. Okay, we'll set that aside. What is it? G155520. Okay. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a G155520. Now this laptop was sent in because it doesn't charge the battery. No matter what they do, they've changed out the battery. They've got different charging cords. Now, the charger that they sent in was a little bit sus, but we tried our own charger. That didn't work. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, well, let's just see if it turns on. The old turn it on, turn it on. I love that part. It's classic every time. So I haven't plugged it in yet, but I just went ahead and just hit the power button. I am getting the keyboard backlight to come on, so that's good. I'll go ahead and plug in the charger so we can see current too while we're at it. So it did power off the battery, is what we just saw, because I saw that the keyboard backlight was on. Can you see it? There we go. It still hasn't come on yet. Okay, so the DDR5 16 gig goes for about $140, so that's sounds about right to me at this point. That's genuine Dell electrical tape. It's a medical condition. All right, so we have the Dell screen. It's a change of vibe. The blink camera. Okay. The laptop isn't worth the cost of the repair. This laptop, this is the G Series 5520. This is a newer machine. This is like a 2022, 2023. So G Series are going to be the low, well, it's going to be a gaming board. So it's going to be an Alienware board in here basically, but it's just in a plastic case. So this will probably have like some sort of something in it. All right, so I see a 240 watt charger. I see that the battery is detected and it says charging state. See, it says charging state, but it's at 73. So keep an eye on 73. If that thing changes and we know it's going up, and my other tech's a nut job and he's telling me stuff that doesn't work. 12th gen i7 12700. with a 3060. So it is kind of a lower end machine, has an RTX 3060 in it. But about the same, actually it's higher in specs than that last machine we were looking at, I think. Or at least the CPU is. So let's boot in the diagnostics. We can actually see current flow when we boot in the diagnostics. And so the boot in the diagnostics on a Dell machine, hold down FN, hit the power button, and then wait for it to turn on, and you can let go of the FN key. That will boot you straight into diagnostics instead of having to hit F12. Otherwise, you hit F12 and choose diagnostics. Are people sitting down? A computer store here in Denmark is selling a 256 gig G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB DDR5 for example price of $5,257. Is that US dollars? That's, I mean, it's 256 gigs, so that's a lot. So I mean, I almost believe it. Because I was looking for 64 gigs for my machine. I didn't get RGB or anything, but that was going to cost 500 bucks, and then later $700. So that's what you call cray cray. That's total cray cray. All right, so we're booted in here. I mean, I see a current flow, so I don't know what he's talking about, but... Okay, there we go. It stopped. So we did see current flow. We're seeing weird current flow. So it's 97 milliamp hours. I mean, not milliamp hours, but milliamps. And it's 328. Here, I'll move my hands out of the way, see if it focuses. Focus. 328, 428, 500, 500. It should be at like a lot more than that. So yeah, it is kind of acting a little bit strange for its charging current. But it does have a max here that shows 1900. Sometimes it falsifies it and it's like saying what's coming out of the charger. Oh, God damn, this thing moves. This is my charger I'm using, by the way. So I'm not using his. But that is kind of weird what it's doing there. Oh, and then it went idle again just now. Is the jack messed up? Yeah, it just went idle, and now it's not having any charge current. And we haven't moved past 73 the whole time. Fake battery? Maybe. We could try a real battery. I'm thinking of selling my 5090 for two 5080s. How can you sell a 5090 for two 5080s? Can you really do that? From what I understand, my tech already changed the battery out, but we can try that. So I have a test battery somewhere. Let's open up the bottom. Let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. Full BIOS reset defaults. Yeah, we can try that. Should we try that first? Try that first. This one does have a BIOS that has a factory reset in it, so we can try that. But the battery connector, probably not the battery connector. I would say, if I was going to guess what the issue would be, I would think it would be a MOSFET of some sort in the charge circuit, or the power management chip. So let's see if we have load defaults in here. So we have factory defaults, so let's load those. That sometimes fixes stuff like this. I made the screen really dark though. BIOS defaults are crap on Dells. So if you ever load BIOS defaults, it doesn't do stuff, okay? But factory defaults, those are the winners. So if you ever have an issue and that has factory defaults, that fixes so many things. I'm trying to brighten this up. Where's our brightness? There we go. We're going to check the battery connector in a second when we open it up. Okay, so we're back in here again and still doing basically the same thing. Oh no, we're at 2.5 amps. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. Wow. Well, let's see if it goes up to 74. That's pretty crazy. Good job, Lead Farmer. Lead Farmer to the rescue! Oh, it went idle again. So there is something weird still. So it is kind of phasing. So let's put a different battery in there and make sure it's working fine. So no more CPU swaps. I don't want to do another one. But 358. Okay, so now it's back to where it was. Okay. So, Lead Farmer, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's doing some weird pulsing. You see it kind of moving around, but it did get to 74%, so it is actually charging-ish. And then now it went back to 0 again. I don't know if I like this battery that's in here. Update the BIOS, replace the battery. We'll do both. Let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. Yeah, it sounds like a glitchy battery, but I don't know. What do I know? Believe Mr. Farmer? Yeah, I'm going to start calling you Mr. Farmer. Is there gold in there too? Let's see how much gold is in this one. There definitely should be gold in this one. The last one was DDR4, but I think this one is DDR5. And the bottom is off. Let's take a quick look around. We have the main battery here. Says the word old on it. So I guess someone replaced it. It is a Dell OEM. Do we have a serial number here? It does look real to me. 2 sticks of DDR5 8 gig modules. And the fans look really clean. But let me grab a test battery. Does that mean they had another battery? Yeah, I don't know. It says old. So that leads me to believe there's a new. Right, let me grab a test one. Got lots of batteries. You get a battery. You get a battery. Everyone gets a battery. I think it's this one. So this one. Yeah, nailed it. First try. All right, so we're gonna plug this guy in. If we do it fast enough, I don't have to go through a CMOS reset. Your battery's dead, buy a new laptop. Or just buy a battery from me. I only sell nothing but the best. Brand new Dell OEM, non-fake batteries. Real ketchup Eddie. Nothing but the best. Okay. You want a toothbrush, not a battery. Everybody who buys a battery tonight gets a toothbrush in their order. Or if you buy something from me, just put a note in there saying, I want one of Nathan's toothbrushes, and then I'll sign it and put it in the package. How's that? The shipping department they come and notify me anytime y'all put notes on the orders, and then I come and do it. Okay, 69 watts. Did you see it was at 69 watts? What's next? 6.7? Or milliamps, not watts, but come on, people. All right, so this is still not working worth a crap. 22 milliamps. I think this thing's screwed. All right, this laptop's broken. Next. All right, so what do we think is going on here? You bought one of these and you tried only one DDR5 8 gig module, even before the shortage. 10 p.m. No, it's only 9:12 here, but soon it'll be time. Free toothbrush to clean the keyboard. Okay, I'm gonna open it up. We already opened it up. I'm gonna take the board out is what we're gonna have to do. We have to measure the MOSFETs around this thing. ISL chip or BIOS version? Do you think it's a BIOS thing, really? I really don't think it's a BIOS thing. I think it's the ISL chip, which is the power management IC, which controls the charging. And so here's our, what is it, a 95522? Yeah, 95522 AH. And here's our MOSFETs that produce the charge current, or charge voltage. So here's our input. We'll have 20 volts come in here. It's going to go through those two. It's going to go through those two. It's going to produce the main power rail here. It looks like someone's been measuring there. And then we have our 3 volt and our 5 volt power rails here. You know, this board is very similar to the other board, actually, we were just working on, except this is a little bit newer. I think it's like a year newer. So if we're having issues, I feel like it's going to be most likely a power management chip, or one of these MOSFETs right here are having issues like shorting on, basically, because I've seen that where we had to replace these. So we don't have any shorts here. If these were shorted on, one of these were shorted on, then it would power the machine, but it wouldn't charge. It would just say 0 charge current. But since we are getting some charge current, there could be a chance that these are failing, like they're having issues and they're kind of shorting on or not. What's next? You learned from Paul and Lewis with the ISL chips. Did they? I guess yeah. I didn't watch a lot of their content for those machines. I didn't watch a lot of their Mac stuff. So that's the thing, is like I've never worked on a Mac, so I never really looked at Macs that much. All right, I'm gonna have to pull this board, and then we should be able to just test it on the bench, charging the battery. Oh, let's check to see how much current it charges with it off. That's another thing I wanted to check, because it might actually have full charge current with it off, and then when it's on, it doesn't charge. So battery's plugged in, and let's just look for charge current right now. Is that turning on? So that's charge current. No, it's on. Hold on, let me turn it back off. Okay, it's off right now. The voltage was changing when I was moving the laptop. The voltage, the current will change because it's like turning on and off. I just opened the lid, so it's turning on again. Darn it. Okay. So I think it actually is on. Okay, so off again. It's off. I'm just going to measure the voltage on the charge coils. So we have 12. So not a good ground. 12.1. Why is it moving? Oh, it is charging right now. So this is, it's not on, it's charging right now. But you see how the voltage is, and then it's not charging again. Go thermal. All right, we're gonna go thermal. Yeah, thermal profile dual MOSFETs. I'm thinking that we have some sort of issue with one of those. Yeah, so it was charging for a second and then stopped charging. Go thermal. Power management chip just came on, 46, and then you see this, the high side MOSFET's getting hot and then pulsed back off for a second. So we have a high side and a low side MOSFET that's producing the 12.6 volts to charge it. This is the high side right here in this little area. This is gonna be the low side right here. There's the power management chip, just so you have context of where it is. And I just wanna see if this will pulse back on again to try to charge. Is it when I move it? I feel like it is. Oh, it is. I just lifted the board. Yep. Ah ha ha! It's a miracle! I found it. I found it. It's charging. It's charging. It's not charging. Brosavine, giggity, 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 giggity. All right, so all I'm doing right here is I'm taking the motherboard and I'm lifting it up, and it's working. This is another punched laptop. Another keyboard punched? Are you kidding me? This is that same style with it has like a wacky frame on it. Okay, let's just see if we have a punched keyboard. I don't. No, I don't. It's not obvious. I mean, it does look bent, but this whole frame, because it's plastic, is so crappy. Look at this. I can bend the whole thing this way, bend it that way. Look how crappy this frame is. That's what G series are. They're like just plastic machines. So, knuckle sandwich. Okay, so we're gonna pull the board out. We're gonna just put Kapton tape underneath here, put it back together, and we're done. The dishes are done, man. And then we have a win. A W. We didn't have to solder anything, but it's all diagnostics still, right? I punched another keyboard. We don't need to reflow anything. It's going to be, well, I mean, maybe we don't, but I will see. I've seen this before because this, I'll show you when I get this thing out. There's like so many like kind of metal things that pop up that support the board, and then they just have kind of plastic over it, but I don't know if they were super smart in their design, and so there are chances of it shorting out on things. So it looks like the lid is warped too. I mean, this whole thing is so. Look at this. I can bend it like that. The owner must have a vibe coder. He's a vibe coder. The previous board, check 1.2, so the PQ303 on pin 2 next time. Okay. That previous board's about to suck us back in if we're not careful. That's what always happens. I'm like, let me just check one more thing, and it's like 3 hours later. I'm like, damn it, I didn't do anything all day long. I've just been working on this dead-end board. But I want to solve the mystery. Hi from Montreal. Bonjour, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Thin plastic. But it's so cheap. This is a Alienware board inside of a plastic chassis, and so you get this machine with these specs for $1,000 or something like that. So, is it 3 hours later yet? Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like it's been so many hours. So many. They don't make them like they used to. Well, I mean, you choose to make them like this. This is the cheap one. So if you pay up for something, then you don't get this quality. But this isn't as bad as like an Inspiron or something. We're almost there. Almost there. We just don't want to rip off the screw. Screw there. Screw. Paul Daniels in the house. PD? Do we have a PD controller here? Paul, we have the craziest laptop we were working on for the last 3 hours. Whew. That 1.2 volt power rail for the DDR4 not coming on. So maybe you can save the day. We banged our head against the wall long enough, and then now I was gonna take the motherboard home and just put it under my pillow so while I sleep tonight to see if I could figure it out. You know? God, I hate these cables. I don't want to take the battery out. You love that song. You remember the 1990s Commodore? Yeah, I used to have a compact Armada, a 7773 or something like that. A huge dock. I had one of those. I think it was my first laptop. Lugged it around. It was white. I don't know anything about laptops. I'm a complete fraud. I've been vibe coding since the 90s. Who are you vibe coding from? Somebody. Slim is a scam. So you don't like Virginia Slims? Okay, so here's our culprit here. So we have the board this way. If I lift the board right here, the board starts charging. If I let it go, it doesn't, right? So we need to figure out what's shorting out here, or we have a broken solder joint. And if it's a broken solder joint, then I hate it. But if it's a shorting out on something, I love it. So I'm going to flip it over, and we're just going to look here. So, like I said, there's always like weird little posts here. There's little risers. There's little, this one doesn't have as much stuff. There's this rubber thing here. This one's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So what the heck would it be looking at right there? So we have these. This post lines up with this one. Let's see. How does it go again? Goes right there. So this one goes to that post, and then we have a space and space for that. So it goes like this. So I don't see anything here that would be shorting to. So does that mean a broken solder joint? Why? Damn, Gina! The board is kind of cupped though. It's a little bit cupped. All right, so what I've done in the past, just to at least try to figure it out, I'm just going to put a piece of tape across this, right? And we could actually plug it in right here on the bench and verify that it's working. I don't think it's a bad connector, but I could put a piece of Kapton tape across there, but it's not touching it. There's nothing for it to touch. So what in the wide world? Daughter board? Okay, let's just look at it under a microscope. We might just have a crock solder joint or something stupid like that. Kapton, what the? Yeah, my $80 roll of Kapton tape. So when I lift this side of the board, it starts charging. Maybe we just need to reflow the power management chip. So maybe Lead Farmer might be onto something. Reflowing is the key. But I will, I don't see any ripped chips or anything. We want to see if there's any signs of like impact or rubbing. The customer probably sat on it. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. I mean, it looks okay. But we can try reflowing anyway. I mean, that all looks fine. There's no reason for it. No reason for it at all. Unless there's something internal in the board layers. Don't say that. Please do not say that. Or it's like the chipset. No, don't tell me that, please. Stop saying that. I'm going to test it on the bench real quick. Broken trace. I don't want to hear that word ever again. Last thing I want is a broken trace. Look, this one uses the same DC jack we were just working on. So this is like the same board as like our last board. Same DC jack. Okay, so we'll plug our battery in. Test bench, good idea. Okay. Power meter, go. So it should power on by itself. And then we're going to have to shut it back off. I think there's a power button somewhere around here. Darn it. Right there. There's a power button right there. Okay, so let me just short this out. Let's shut it back off. Okay, off. All right, so if it does this on the bench and I have to bend it to turn it on, then we have an issue. All right, so right now it's charging. So I'm going to press down on this corner. It's fine. I'm going to lift up on this corner. Still good. I'm going to twist the whole board. Still good. So we know it's a shorting out issue. Right? Concur? Not a rabbit hole. It's called a Kapton the whole freaking bottom of the motherboard and then call it a day. So So I'm going to pull my $80 roll of Kapton tape out of here, because I use the real stuff. Nothing like the real thing, baby. Yep, short. So that's why they have all these little covers everywhere. So I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. $80? Yeah, you buy this on Uline, it's 80 bucks. Isn't that crazy? They're proud of it. But I guess you can buy it from China for like $5 or something. Conformal coating it. Oh yeah, we need to get with that other guy who conformal coated his whole motherboard and just have him help us out. Hook us up, hook a brother up. Kapton tape is overrated. Yeah. But it definitely keeps that heat off. I'm telling you, if you have anything else and you're trying to like heat something up, it's not going to work. Okay, so I'm just going to put that right yar. We might need to poke some holes. Maybe right here we'll poke a hole. Go poke a hole there. Good. Poke a hole there. Nice. I like how you poked holes. I'm very efficient at that. Right on the tape. So do not remove under any circumstances. Okay, so we think it's over there. I mean, maybe I'll do the daughter board too. I don't know. I bought a few rolls with varying widths on Amazon. Yeah, so my go-to is this is a skinny one, but it's a 2 mil thick, so it's like really thick. This was 20 bucks for that. That's my favorite roll I use for everything, and then this one I use for these bigger projects, but this is what I protect things with. I love it. It's super thick. There's a lot of girth to it. Okay, we're good. Did I save another laptop? We have the BIOS chip there. I don't think anything's touching the BIOS chip. I taped another laptop! All right, 2 DC jacks. Where we're going, we don't need 2 DC jacks. Remove that. This one. Give me that. Come here, get near home. Actually, yeah, it has a womp going on here. Maybe it's this. Cut that. There we go. Go, good, leave that. Okay, what this one? Pop. There is kind of a womp though. It's like it's just a little bit bent. Usually use duct tape? No, you don't use duct tape on this. Because electrical tape also is not a good thing because it's too thick, it stretches, and then it wants to unstretch. You see this? How the board's not even staying down? That's an issue. I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it at all. No, sir, don't like it at all. That's from Ren and Stimpy, I think. Properly calibrated Kapton tape. Jeez, that's annoying. Because that guy is back. Kick him. Which guy is it? Which guy? We have a guy here? I haven't even noticed. My mods are so good, they're able to kick him. Ren and Stimpy. You idiot, Stimpy! Don't whiz on the electric fence. By Blammo. By Blammo. All right, let me just put a couple of these screws in here because I want to make it kind of emulate the way it is when it's installed. Otherwise, it's not proper nice. Proper nice. Yeah, the Mr. Horse. No, sir. Do not like it at all. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, I think it's good enough. Good enough club. Yeah, because it was weird. It was like charging and it wasn't charging. We were moving around. The very first programming was on a Magnavox Odyssey 2 game machine my parents bought for me. For a gaming cartridge where you can do hex commands for different things. Never even heard of that. But I'm a youngin' compared to some of you guys. 1980. 1980. I'm a young man. You're gonna offer a service for $149. Punch a keyboard service. Let me use his battery. Made a successful CPU transplant. I have not made a successful CPU transplant, but I haven't tried too many times. But it's a lot easier to do it. I just want to buy a CPU. I almost actually pulled a CPU from a good working board just to transplant it to see if it works. What did I miss? BZ is annoying. That's me. Oh, you're funny. I get it now. You're so funny. You're so annoying. I didn't even notice. Okay. I don't know why I can't get the screw in there. About to give up. Okay, here we go. Going thermal. I'm going to power the thing back off so we don't have it pulling current right now. Powering back off. Come on, baby. Come on, turn off. You idiot. There we go. Off. Okay. So is that charge current or is that on? That looks like a lot of charge current if it is. Does it look like it's on? I can't tell. I think that's on. Yeah, that's too much. All right, let me turn it off again. I'm just having a hard time holding this with the tweezers to shut it off. I'm shorting out these pins. All right, this thing's really pulling some amps now. It wasn't doing that before. All right, screw this. I'll try to hold this down. I'm just gonna press the button here. $8 amps? I mean, we haven't gotten up that high. I feel like that's higher than we've ever gotten. Getting ready for lunch. All right, let's go through the CMOS reset and then we'll shut this thing off. I feel like, isn't that the highest we've gotten? 160 watts now? Oh, but Nathan, you were an adventurer in laptops. Watts have been doubled. Yeah, so that means it's charging the battery. Solder the button pins. Okay, so it's off now. And we're charging 35 watts. I met a girl on a bus. She had all her teeth and had to leave the stream briefly, but I'm back. Well, thank you. You are quite amusing. All right, so it's charging at 36 watts. We're flipping it over. We're pushing down on the board. We're lifting up on the board. We're moving the board. We're banging the board. What do you think? Jiggle the charger? Jiggle, jiggle. I want to jiggle, jiggle. Do-do-do-do. All right, let me put it in the diagnostics. Take a look. I mean, this is so stupid when I have to fix it like this. You know what I mean? Like, this should not happen. I think we've done other... We had one that was a CPU failure that we did this exact same thing. Remember? It shouldn't happen. Laptop massage costs the service. I'm going to parlay all of BZ's money over to the service. Oh, I haven't plugged in the screen. I was like, I don't see a picture. We have no picture. I can't believe. So should I just plug this in? Or should I have to play with that first? There we go. Remember the one with the diode shorting under the cooler? What was that one? Oh, yeah. For the memory? Yeah. And it's funny because I saw another one of those machines this week, or maybe it was last week, and they had a cutout on the heatsink. So you remember the heatsink is what actually hit that diode, but there was a later revision where they actually put a cutout on the heatsink so it doesn't touch that. So they knew about it. They just weren't telling people. Always jiggle, jiggle, not left or right, up and down. The metal corner of the diode. Come on. CMOS resetting, it takes a little bit of time here. We were definitely pulling a lot of amps, so I think we're good. Yay, we have picture, I can't believe. You need to send us a Dell contact. In engineering. I wish I had a contact. All right, now we're doing 2.6 amps. 2.6 amps. Can you see it? Okay, I'm going to twist the board. Twisting it. Twisty, twisty. You got to twist and shout. There you go. We didn't even have to solder anything, but we had to diagnose it. So we fixed it. It's fixed. Okay. Just in the nick of time. What are we doing now? Fixing, going back to the other board? I'm telling you, I'm going to sleep on that board. I'm putting it under my pillow. Oh, next one is done. So I have about 20 minutes left in the stream, but we can do the touchpad one real quick. It should just be a EC chip replacement is my plan, at least. My plan is that's what it is, but I could be completely off base for all I know. Or we could just chat for a while, since it's right at the end of the night. I saved another laptop. Kind of. Put tape on the bottom of a laptop. Kind of. Fixed it. Kind of. It doesn't even... Yeah, let's reflow it. Yeah, let's reflow the EC chip. Although that hasn't fixed it in the past. I've had this issue before, so I know that that hasn't fixed it. Oh. Sorry, I have to move all these around. Okay, so... It's kind of in pieces a little bit. So the touchpad cable is right here. There's a touchpad here, and here's a test touchpad that we tried, and we also tried a different cable, I believe, because we have a test machine. And so a lot of times, and I've fixed this before at this exact model before, so that's why I'm kind of like pointing out that it's probably an EC chip issue, but here's where the the mouse plugs in, or the touchpad plugs in to, if I can get to that spot. So that's the keyboard connector. You know what? I forgot. This is the stupid board. Hold on. Okay, I remember now. I remember now. Okay. Sorry, I'm just now realizing how much I hate this board. Okay, why do I get myself into this? This is not what I want to do. Okay, so on this machine, there's a stupid setup here. So on a normal, this is an M15R2, and it's an M17R2. So we have a keyboard connector here. The touchpad connector is on the other side of the board. If it was an R3 or R4, the touchpad connector is on the top of the board. So what people do when they pull this board out, this cable is actually supposed to stay attached to the motherboard on the bottom of the board, and then you're supposed to unplug it from your touchpad. But what they do is they don't unplug it from either one, and they kind of rip it. And so you're supposed to kind of do this if you're going to do it anyway. And so you can actually see that we have the touchpad connector right there. And this is supposed to stay taped on here like that. And so what I've seen in the past is that this gets mangled, pins get bent, and then that shorts out the EC chip right next to it. It doesn't damage the EC chip because it still runs. It just shorts it out where it doesn't work on the touchpad lines. And I just replaced the EC chip to fix that. So here's a closer view. So let's just see if we have mangled pins or anything. And what do we have? What do we have here? I can't believe. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins. All right, so 3 of the pins are completely busted. So this connector needs to be replaced. And that may fix it, or we need to replace that also. So that sounds like a job for another day. I mean, I can do it right now if we want to. You guys, yeah, I have PTSD. I totally feel like I have PTSD. Because I remember it being like this where I'm like, okay, I hate changing this. For one thing, I don't have these. So I wish I could find this exact connector, but I haven't been able to find it. So I don't have them. So I don't have a pack of them. And so every single time, I just desolder one from another board, which is, you know, fun in itself to take it off a donor board. And then I put it on here, and then fine. And then it works or it doesn't, and then I have to replace that after that. So then I have to take that off another one. So I'm just saying I have 15 minutes. So right now we're just going to do just chatting because there's no point in me doing that, but I can tell you that's what the game plan is going to be tomorrow morning when I get here. So I'm not doing it tonight. So we're going to skip it because I've been here for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I got here, or yeah, it's been almost 15 hours since I've been at work today. So let's go just chatting for the last 15 minutes or so. And we will, you want to do hot air from the bottom? Yeah, premise, that's definitely a way of, well, like we can just get this one off easy. And then the other one, do hot air from the bottom, or you can do low melt solder. It's not super hard to get off, but it's still like you have to be, it's kind of slow. It's not going to be, I'm not going to be able to get it done in 15 minutes. So, so this is the opportunity. You guys ask me questions. You can ask technical questions. You can ask me personal questions. Well, some personal questions, but anyway, so we'll hang out for the next 15 minutes or so. If you are asking questions that are non-Dell related, I can't really answer them. So I see one in there that says Asus ROG G17 laptops from 22 and 23 both have LED cables that are attached to the motherboard at the bottom of the case. So when you pull them out, they pull away and rip off. So they are in the same boat. And maybe it's just planned for people not to be able to open it properly or something. I don't know. Use hot air from the, oh, well, you already said that. I already said that. Please help Iranian people. Well, I can't. I mean, if you want to ship it in and pay for all the shipping yourself and to pay for warranty shipping if you have warranty issues, then that's fine. But the question is, do you concur? Do you concur? It's a green hologram skull in the background. And I have a new one. We should actually put batteries in it too. So Daryl Flores sent me this one. I want to put batteries in this one. Look at that one. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. How's a base? Or actually, look, we can just pull this base too. Look at that. I need more batteries already. It's almost out of batteries. This one fits in there a little differently. I'm going to have to use the other base. We're going to have 2 aliens up there soon enough. Okay, Nick, can the Tron light or eye trackers cause catastrophic shorts on the motherboard of CPU and GPU? Ooh, well, the voltages aren't generally high enough. Eye trackers are going to, yeah, those use infrared, and those will be 20 volts, are going to be on the higher voltage rails, and the other ones are going to be lower voltages. I don't think so. Would cause it on the GPU or CPU? I don't know 100% though. Delicate work. The G16 BIOS got bricked from a BIOS update, and I have no idea how to get the bin file. So it's not a bin file per se, but if you go, it's not a G16 either. You got to figure out which one you have, a 7630 or whatever it is. So you got to go to Dell site. Put in your service tag, figure out what that is, download the Dell recovery BIOS, and then see if you can boot the recovery first, and then you can extract the BIOS from there. I have plenty of videos showing how to do that. Who are the list of YouTubers you watch? So I watch, as for technical people, I watch Northwest Repair. For GPU repair, I watch Soren, so Electronic Repair School. I watch NanoFix, really like NanoFix. Watch JFix. I watch Northridge Fix still, even. I like to see what he's up to. I watch, who am I missing? And then it depends on what rabbit hole I'm going down. So like I used to do a lot of woodworking, so I watched a lot of woodworking people, and I haven't done that in a while. And then I used to do a lot of astronomy, so I watched a lot of astronomy people. So, but as for the regular technical people, those are the main people I'm watching. Please show up the green skull lamp. And let's see. Oh no, my chat's moving too fast again. If you didn't get married, it almost seems like the design is to punish anyone who wants to, who doesn't treat their laptop with kid gloves. Yep, that's probably what it is. You have an Alienware M16R1 occasionally throws an error code on boot because the memory fan is not coming on. Takes a couple resets. So the memory fan is actually going to be on an M16R1. So you have a memory fan here, but that's not what the actual machine's calling a memory fan. It's the secondary fan over here. So you have 2 fans on one side. This one's called the case fan inside the controller, and then this one's a memory fan. So you need to clean your fans. Anyway, that's probably what's going on here. While you watch the Wednesday stream from the Germany night shift, that's incredible that you're watching through the middle of the night. By the way, I'm working on an old laptop this weekend with some 559 flux. Nice, you guys got some of the Omega 559. I've been M18R2 small horizontal lines in the middle of the screen. It was worth checking the LCD cable, or how difficult is it to replace the LCD screen. So to check to see if it's an LCD cable, you're going to open and close the screen, and if it changes, then usually cable. If you're going to check if it's a screen, you're going to twist the side of the screen and see if it changes. That's generally how that works. If it's just a horizontal line, it's not changing with open and close, it's probably just a band, or it's probably inside the LCD screen itself. So changing the panel, it might be easier to buy a complete assembly, but those things are glued in there, so you can take it apart, but you're going to have to use a hot something to heat it up. You got a main board with a better CPU for sale. I can swap it probably if no BitLocker, local account only, right. Which are we talking about? I'm trying to, you got a main board with a better CPU for sale. I can swap it no problem if BitLocker. Oh, Joey Does Tech. I do watch Joey Does Tech, you're right. What Dell model lines do you like that are not cheap garbage? So the trick is with those is you're not buying Inspirons in general. Done, right? I mean, you can buy like a 7000 series and it might be okay, but Latitudes are great. So, but you got to buy the higher end Latitude, like a 7000 series Latitude. That's going to be an aluminum frame. It's going to be more built for, you know, more use. And they're not as high end, but and then you're going to want XPSs are fine. Just really, you're going to spend $1,500. So spend $1,500 to $200,000, and you'll get something that's good. I usually say for every $200 you spend, you're going to get 1 year service. And so if you spend $1,000, you should be able to get 5 years. And if you spend $2,000, you get 10 years. You know, something like that. So let's see. I'm trying to keep up the chat better this time. So There are videos on your channel showing how to replace the screen. Yes, so on my YouTube channel, we have about 10,000 videos now, and so I've been putting them out since 2011. I have a guy who just does tutorials on how to install every single part that I sell. So for most models, you can just select your model and it will show how to install that part. But if I don't have that, you need to find like a sister system that's similar, like a older model or something like that, and then you can just follow the instructions on that and get you kind of close. Alex is funny. Yes, Alex is funny. He's not even making, his videos are not teaching anybody anything. I don't know. Do you think that you can use PTM 7950 on a PS5 instead of liquid metal? I have no clue. I know everybody puts liquid metal in PS5s, so I have no idea if it's, I'm sure you can do it, but I just don't know how hot those things get. So anybody in the chat that knows more about PS5s, because I've never even worked on one, so. I'm in 8 hours today, CPU replacement, then Sunday stream, and then this stream. Man, you are on it. Can you set up a DM VPN with NHRP with 3 nodes? I don't. All the stuff you just said, I have no idea what you're saying, so I probably can't. I mean, I know what a VPN is, obviously, but I watched you and Alex and one other guy. Do you watch Soren? Soren's good. You got to watch him. He is, that guy will really teach you some stuff. Have you ever thought about making your own motherboard? Not a million years. What ones? You already said that. Are you excited? Wait, are you just excited? My subscribe to channels. Thank you for subscribing. You have an old ThinkPad P51. The problem is the black dot visible in the display, but if you don't look on the other side of the screen, there's a white dot reflection from a dead pixel or a crack. Sometimes it's pressure from the back, and we used to have them where the Dell logo would press in, or it had like foam and it would press in on the back, so we just call it like lighter and darker areas from pressure on the back. So it might be something that has to do with like how it's touching it, but it could also be something else, so in the panel will just need to replace. What a coincidence, I've been binging woodworking stuff for about 5 years now, and now I'm binging motherboard repair. Yeah, it's one of those things where you're looking for, you know, creativity and stuff, and so yeah, I built a whole wood shop, and I built tons of furniture, and I built even guitars and stuff like that. Can you explain the dangers of working on hardware and the TPM? Have you ever seen concerned? I mean, every single day I work on machines that other people worked on, and that's the dangers of working on. TPM is just one of those things where you have, you know, you're storing your keys in there, and then it constantly gets wiped out, and then we have to use BitLocker, or you get your fingerprint doesn't work, your facial recognition doesn't work. So I mean, the dangers of it is you'll mess up stuff if you're not careful. So that's all I can say. I don't know. It's almost 5 a.m. in Germany. After buying a ROG laptop, I will never buy another one again. I will try an Alienware next time. I'm glad that I'm getting people to buy Dells. I'm glad, because at least I have something. Yeah, I got it because I recommended it. Black Horse Repair Flux, we have that put in there, so if you guys want any of that stuff, that's the stuff I use. I've been using mainly recently. Hey Nathan, I have a guy from AT&T. Sorry, we had to take a look, a long building, wait. We took a long to build out your building. Oh, really? That's funny. You're the guy from AT&T. Well, it's all right. It's fine. I ended up just upgrading my service to my Grande or whatever it was. So I got gig, and so we're good to go. I appreciate you reaching back out, though. Do you ever get and fix, resell any Alienware 17 or 18 laptops? I don't ever get any Alienwares in. So whenever I buy laptops from bulk, they're all going to be Latitudes for some reason. I don't, and Precisions. Sometimes I get an XPS or two, but that's it. I have a 21-year-old Inspiron that's still working wonderfully. That's incredible. A while ago, I had a PR7750 shut off while and restart. Only the solution was to reinstall Windows, and it may have been a thermal thing or a hard drive or something. Where's the new shirt drop? I don't know. I need to sit down and make some shirts. I'm working on it. One of these days, I'll get there. Was I banned from the channel? I have nothing to do with that. So, but if you're spamming, then you will get banned. Or if you talk in all caps or just say anything disrespectful. If I do, let's see. All of Dell laptops and Spirons have no issues with hard drives going bad on 6 years. Well, if it's a HDD, they go bad if you move them around is the problems because they're spinning platters. What's the common problems with Dell laptops? It depends. If you buy a cheap one, it's going to be physical issues. If you buy a really high-end one, it's usually heat. So just keep them clean and cool. Can serial numbers and service tags be edited in the motherboard? I know how to do it. It's not made. It's not a normal thing that you can do. They're permanently marked in there. Dell has a way of doing it through their specialized like remote servers, but I have a way of doing it manually. But it's a lot of work. Been learning a lot from your videos and streams. I even turned to be this side work aside from being a nurse student. Thank you so much. Sending in a hug from French Guiana. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're a nurse and doing some side work. Perfecto. All right, I'm going to try to wrap this up because it is 10 o'clock and I have to get home to see my kids before they go to bed. Remove the goggles. Dell has lasted me 15 years, and I think it's joined the cult of ThinkPads. I've been pleased with my Dell and Alienware laptops and desktops. That reminds me, I finally got fiber. You did? Nice. Yeah, it's a game changer because I haven't had any drop frame since I upgraded to a gig. So, but I'm only a gig by gig. I'm not like super high fast. Stay regular with fiber. Extra fiber. Does an Alienware M16R1 with a 4070 model use liquid metal? Yes, it does. The CPU is gonna have liquid metal on it for sure. And if it's just a plain 4070, it's not gonna have it on the GPU. If it's a 4070 Ti, it might be on there. 4080 definitely has it on it. Does Windows need to be reinstalled or just reset? Reinstall is always better in general, so I don't like just doing a reset. Nate, your silicon workstation mat. You know, I could put that in the video description. I don't know where I got that. I can't remember. I think I just got it from Amazon. Did someone just say something? Did we get a bell message? I didn't, I have 2 customers mailing in their devices. Thank you so much. Yeah, Premise, I've been sending a bunch of people over to you. One of the guys he has a tablet. So I wanted to talk to you about that because he has a tablet, an Asus tablet that has liquid metal on it that he wants it replaced with PTM 7950. Oh, is that Johnny right there? Yeah. So I just don't know if, you make sure you can open that thing up because that sometimes is a pain in the butt to open up machines that are glued together. Been learning a lot from, oh wait, that's the same one. I bought a 9560 from 2012, no repairs except changing the battery, still running great. 9560 is from 2017. It's a 2017 machine, but it is a great machine. I actually have that at home, still use it. I have Linux on it, love it. No issues at all. The only thing you're going to have issues with on that is if you use an aftermarket charger, you can blow out the charge circuit. And I know how to fix that pretty easily, though. All right, I'm done. That's it. Please link to the silicone mat, so I will look that up, and I think it's on Amazon where I got it. So anyway, I'm wrapping this one up. This has been a interesting night. We didn't fix that first one. We spent a long time on it. I will think about it. I'll see if I can give you an update later. We were able to fix that second one with just taping the board because it was shorting out on something. But again, diagnosis is like, what, 99% or 95% of a repair anyway. But I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. I do the streaming twice a week. So we have it Wednesdays at 6 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. in the morning and Central Time. And I want to thank all my mods out there. They're working really hard to keep the chat clean and trying to keep my attention, right? And let me know if I'm missing anything. And so thank all of them, and thanks for working hard. And I appreciate each and every one of you for coming out, and thanks for watching.